Chapter 51, Thunderstruck. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. /Enid Quai people care about power stones, but I guess I should too. Anyways, give me your stones. Or give me death. Wait. That's not right, I mean give me freedom or give me death. And some stones. Enjoy winking smiley. Third person POV. Director Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. was pissed. The only thing he hated more than not knowing something was dealing with idiots. This particular idiot thought happened to be a general. General. Perhaps I haven't made myself clear on what the word jurisdiction means. He said. You have been told several times to cease all attempts in trying to capture Dr. Banner. Now I find that not only have you kept trying to find Dr. Banner, but you nearly created an international incident. That showdown of yours on campus was almost seen by the whole world. If it weren't for S.H.I.E.L.D's efforts in suppressing the footage. The man on the screen was an older gentleman with white hair kept in the military crew cut, a white handlebar mustache, and a very short clipped beard, General Ross. General Ross seemed to be completely impervious to this. That damn committee of politicians doesn't know anything. You want to play jurisdictional games with something that can destroy a city as easily as that monster can. Don't be a fucking idiot. Fury leaned forward, glaring with his one remaining eye. General, I'm not playing games. From now on you will have no connection whatsoever to anything pertaining to Dr. Banner. You've shown you haven't had any luck to indicate that you can handle it. Leave it to S.H.I.E.L.D. I won't be told my damned duty by some damn spook. He shouted. Fury shook his head. General Ross, I'm warning you, if you have anything further to do with Dr. Banner, I will not hesitate to have you stopped, your entire unit disbanded, and have you court-martialed. General Ross stared at him. This damn spook didn't understand, none of them did. The Hulk wasn't just one of the most dangerous monsters in the world, he represented the future of the American military. If he could just figure out a way to give his soldiers the strength of that green monster, but keep them in control, then nothing would ever be able to threaten the American way of life ever again. Hell, with an army of super soldiers they wouldn't even have to fear the growing mutant menace. You do what you have to, Sonny, and I'll continue to do my duty. With that, General Ross signed off. Fury leaned back in his chair, growling angrily. It was times like these he missed being a regular field agent, or even the times back in World War II when he was with the Howling Commandos, no matter how dangerous it had been. Things were much simpler then, and there wasn't so much damn talking. He looked over at another video playing on another screen, one hand on his forehead massaging his temples. On the screen was a long-haired blonde man sitting in an interrogation room talking to himself. The man claimed to be a god. But he knew it was bullshit. As far as he was concerned, there was only one god, and it sure wasn't a blonde white boy. He sighed and looked at the file that was on his desk. Damn billionaires with their fancy suits. His agents in the area were doing their best, but it was obvious they were overmatched, yet there was nothing he could do about it from here. First the big guy, now this, and we're still getting up to speed, with nowhere near the coverage worldwide we need to really do the job S.H.I.E.L.D. was created to do. Speaking of which, Fury looked up in one of his aides, a young woman with short cropped hair. Who do we have that's free? Fury said. The young woman flipped through some papers she was holding, then found the right one and nodded. We had Black Widow assigned to Tony Stark, sir, but her cover was blown yesterday. She's the most experienced agent technically free, so we could reassign her. The agent said. Do it, get her to infiltrate Cypher Solutions. I want her there yesterday. Douglas Ramsey is still too big of an unknown. I have a feeling something big is happening there, and we need eyes on the ground. Besides, as you said, she's the best we've got available. He said. New Mexico. Thor raced up the entrance ramp. Before him, 2 guards around the corner. He knocked out the first guard, then tackled the second. He hurried around the corner, when more guards came up a ladder ahead. He punched the closest guard, sending him tumbling backwards, toppling the others on the ladder behind him. He took off running, as the guards regrouped and gave chase. He spotted the glow of Mjolnir in the central cube, through the translucent walls of the tunnels. He hurried through 2 tunnels to find a way towards it. As Thor raced through the tunnel, a guard ran right at him, on a collision course. He took him out with a punch to the gut, then turned to see more agents coming towards him. As this was happening, 2 figures hidden in the dark could be seen watching the commotion in the tunnel complex. Are you sure he isn't a mutant? He just took out half a dozen men in 2 minutes. Not that I am not enjoying the show, but it's kind of hard to believe. Madrox said. He isn't, I already checked. He is just a human. Callisto said. They watched as Thor lunged forward, whipping his feet in front of him, then kicked out, nailing a huge agent in the chest. The agent goes down hard. Madrox winces slightly and gives Callisto a pointed look. He is strong, I admit. She relents. As Thor approached his hammer, Mjolnir started to glow brighter, blue electricity sparking off its surface. The crackling energy seemed to reach out to him. Look, something is happening. Madrox said. They watched with anticipation as Thor wrapped his hand around the hammer. He smiled, triumphant, lifts, but the hammer didn't move. He strained with all his might, screaming from the effort, bellowing up at the storm and lightning above him. He fell to his knees, rain pouring down around him. Agents moved in, guns trained on Thor, surrounding him and taking him into custody. Madrox sighed. Well, that was anticlimactic. It seemed you were right. He was just a norm. Madrox looks beside him only to see Callisto frozen in shock. Her eyes were wide and her body was covered in sweat. Her body started shaking and she could only utter one word. Magnificent. Madrox, seeing her reaction, slightly gulps and says, I guess it's time we called the boss. Back at New York. I just got a call from Madrox and Callisto. It seemed Thor was just taken into custody. I was getting ready to head to Mexico, but this time I was pulling out all the stops. I made sure I had all I needed for what I was about to do and promptly opened a portal to New Mexico. It was time to meet a god. Chapter end. Sounds fancy. Me, I'm a simple man, I'm just gonna kill ya. Wolverine, Earth 616. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. Comment. 48 comments. Vote. Chapter 52, I'll be waiting. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. /Enid. Why people care about power stones, but I guess I should too. Anyways, give me your stones. Or give me death. Wait. That's not right, I mean give me freedom or give me death. And some stones. Enjoy, winking smiley. I arrived at New Mexico and found myself in a hotel room. I looked towards Madrox and Callisto, who were standing beside the door waiting for me. I noticed that Callisto was slightly rattled, while Madrox looked kind of nervous. I asked them to give me a report on what they saw until now. I was satisfied after I heard their report. Their report was pretty much consistent with what I knew from the movies. I wasn't surprised. Asgard hardly had any contact with Earth for the last few decades, if not hundreds of years. I couldn't rule out that some of them would occasionally visit from time to time. But that was probably rare. Earth was considered by many a backwards planet. Most planets without interstellar travel capabilities were considered as such. I opened a portal back to New York and told them they did a good job. I don't waste time and headed to where Thor was being held. I told Sophie to disable the cameras inside the interrogation room and keep the feed on loop showing him sleeping. I snuck in using the mirror dimension and found myself staring at Thor. He looked like the actor Chris Hemsworth from my original universe. I found it amusing, to be honest. I started using my telepathy and invaded his mind. It was too easy. Thor didn't have his divinity anymore, and I doubted he had any sort of mental protection. Odin may have been trying to teach his son a lesson, but at the same time he put him at great risk. I could slit his throat right now, and that would be the end of it. He'd simply die. This only confirmed how powerful Odin truly was. Just by using his magic and a few runes he was able to strip a god from his powers. It didn't take long and I finally had what I was looking for. I have been waiting for this opportunity for years. I finally had Asgard's location. I noticed Thor was starting to wake up, so I decided to leave. It was too soon to have our first meeting. I left the interrogation room and headed towards the hammer. I knew I couldn't lift it. I wasn't worthy. That much was easy to figure out. No. I had something else in mind I wanted to try. I found the hammer just laying there, surrounded by scientists. They had scanners and various devices pointed at it. It seems the hammer was giving off a slight energy signature. Obviously they couldn't make heads or tails of it, but that wasn't my concern. Still invisible, I got close enough to study it. It looked exactly like the movies showed, resting at an angle with the handle pointing upwards, grey metal hammerhead with leather-gripped silver metal handle. It looked like the head and handle were made out of a single piece. In one word, it was fantastic. I started to examine the symbols that were on the side of the hammer. I attempted to read it. Whosoever holds this hammer, if they be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. As I read those words, I felt a change inside me. I unconsciously started to move towards the hammer. I put a hand on the handle of the hammer. The scientists that were scanning the hammer started noticing energy spikes. The energy spikes keep on increasing in intensity and a wind starts blowing all over the base. Clouds were starting to form. I heard a whisper in my mind. You are unworthy. My spidey sense starts to tingle really loudly. I break out of the trance I was in, and before I could let go of the hammer, a lightning bolt slams down on the hammer. I get thrown across the room and through the plastic dividers and lay there moaning for a while. Luckily I wasn't the only one affected. The lightning blew all the people surrounding the hammer away and fried all their equipment. I heard people coming towards me and quickly open a portal back home to escape. I was in no condition to fight and was barely able to open a portal big enough to fit me. As soon as I passed through it, I passed out. A few hours later. What the fuck, I muttered to myself as I woke up. My muscles groaned in protest and I could feel a splitting headache. What the hell happened? Doug. Are you okay? I looked up to see Jean looking at me in concern. Doug, what happened? Diana called me and told me you suddenly appeared out of a portal and passed out right after. I am fine. I just got zapped by an angry hammer, that's all. I said. What? Aren't you immune to electricity? And what do you mean an angry hammer? She asked. I started explaining to her the sequence of events that lead to my current predicament. I was still slightly numb. I wasn't as immune as I to electricity as I liked to think, but I guess mystical lightning was a different story. Really, it spoke to you? She said. I could feel its anger. I don't know how, but it definitely spoke and I heard it. I said. She still had an unsure look on her face. I don't know, Doug. This all sounds too weird. I mean, we've seen some crazy stuff. But a talking hammer. A talking magic hammer. Some magical objects gain sentience after a few centuries. The more powerful and ancient it is, the more intelligence it has. I said. But why did it attack you though? You said plenty of people tried lifting it. Why didn't it attack any of them? She asked. I shrugged in response and continued talking to Jean. She gave me a hug that lasted a bit too long and a kiss on the cheek. She told me to be careful. I don't know what I would do if I lost you, Doug. Please be careful. I know. I know that I have made you wait. I want. Jean, No. I have to say it. After what you did for me. Almost dying. Your patience and support over the past couple of years. I know that you like me and I like you too. I just didn't feel ready. I was afraid if I had let me guard down for even a second, the Phoenix would take over and I would hurt you again. No, Jean. You could never hurt me. I chose to do what I did, because it was the right thing to do, and I am sure if it was you, you would do the same too. Stop blaming yourself. You don't realize how amazing you truly are. I've seen you train every single day for hours on end. All that effort you put in. Your constant fight to control something bigger than you, more powerful. You have so much strength and so much compassion within you. Look. I cut my hand a bit and it heals in seconds. See? You can't hurt me anymore. I will always be there to help you, when you need me. After I said that, I grabbed her and kissed her on the lips. We made out for a bit more. I held her in my arms and said, I'm sorry, but I've got to go. There isn't much time left. I said. Let me come with you. She said. It's dangerous, I know you can handle yourself, but I'd be less worried knowing that you're safe. Plus someone's gotta hold down the fort. Shield knows who I am and I am betting they know who you are too. Stay here and if anything comes up, contact me right away. I said. She nods in agreement and I open a portal to Asgard. Before I left, I looked at her and said, let's go to dinner tomorrow night. We already had our first kiss. I wouldn't be gentleman if I didn't at least buy you dinner. She gave me a smile and said, I'll be waiting, so don't be late. I gave her a wink and jumped through the portal. Chapter end. I already have 10+ advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. Comment. 53 comments. Vote. Chapter 53, Asgard. I already have 10+ advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. /Enid why people care about power stones, but I guess I should too. Anyways, give me your stones. Or give me death. Wait. That's not right, I mean give me freedom or give me death. And some stones. Enjoy winking smiley. Third person POV. Jotunheim. Loki arrived on Jotunheim using the Bifrost and looked towards Laufey, who was on his throne as the giants stood around him. Loki, looking apprehensive, walked alone across the icy surface of the planet. Darkness shrouded the ruined temple, save for the shafts of light, which knifed their way in through the damaged ceiling. Frost giant guards surrounded him on all sides. Laufey approached, towering over him menacingly. "Tell me why I shouldn't kill you," the giant growled. "I've come alone and unarmed," Loki answered. "To what end?" the frost giant asked. "To make you another proposition," he answered. The king of giants suddenly realized what he meant. "So you're the one who let us into Asgard," he stated. "You're welcome," Loki said. Enraged by his attitude and smug face, Laufey lashed out and grabbed Loki around the throat. "My men are dead, and I have no casket. You are a deceiver," he roared. "You have no idea what I am," Loki said. The blueness spreads across his face, as Laufey and the guards stare in shock. "Hello, father," Loki said with a smirk. After that, Laufey decided to hear Loki, who said he would conceal him and a few more frost giants so they can come to Asgard and kill Odin. Laufey asked why he wouldn't do it himself, to which Loki said the Asgardians wouldn't take kindly to a king who had murdered his predecessor. Loki told Laufey he could kill Odin and obtain the Casket of Winters. Using it, Laufey could one day return Jotunheim to its former glory. Laufey got up and with a smile, accepted. Asgard. Heimdall's senses, as extraordinarily acute as they are, can be blocked by certain magical spells. It took me a while to find the right spell, but I eventually found it. He could no longer see me unless I wanted him to. I walked along the halls of Asgard's palace. Its golden walls shining brightly, showing off the wealth of Asgard. I still could not believe I am in Asgard, a fictional place that I have seen only in movies and only read about in some mythical stories. According to my memory, Loki should be in Jotunheim right about now. With Odin out of commission, Thor banished and Loki in Jotunheim. The only people in Asgard right now, who could potentially pose a threat to me, were Frigga and Heimdall. There were several things I wanted from Asgard, but unfortunately I didn't have enough time to do them all. I only had a small window of opportunity to do what I came to do. I quickly found where Odin's chambers were. The information was easy enough to obtain from an unlucky god, who happened to trip and repeatedly fall over my fist. He was really unlucky. I approached Odin's chambers still under invisibility and slowly opened the door. The guards guarding the chambers were currently placed under a minor illusion, combined with a few psychic suggestions. As far as they could tell, there was nothing to be seen. Odin lied there looking pale and lifeless, his body and the space around it warped from the effect of the Odin sleep. The walls of the chamber have moved close around him, protecting him like a dark crypt, sealing off any daylight. I was about to get closer when I suddenly noticed some movement inside. I waited for a few seconds. Shit. What is she doing here? I thought. Frigga, the queen of Asgard and Thor's mother, was currently inside his chambers. I cursed my bad luck and decided to retreat for now. I could probably beat her if we fought, but that would be too messy. She has a millennium of experience over me, which means I can't end the fight too quickly. Our fight is bound to create a huge commotion. Even if I can handle her, there is still Heimdall, who is troublesome enough. And Loki, who could return at any moment. The guards were cannon fodder, but at the end of the day they were still Asgardians and could prove annoying in numbers. I took a moment to go over my options. I had 3 goals in mind in coming here. First, I wanted to obtain Odin's DNA. Even if most of his power is due to the Odin Force, his DNA should prove to be superior to Thor's. My second objective was to somehow obtain knowledge of runes. Asgardian runes were abnormally powerful. Just by speaking a few words, Odin sealed Thor's powers and enchanted his hammer. Obtaining it was a huge must. It also happened to synergize with Cypher's original abilities. My third and final goal was to infiltrate the treasure room. It wasn't a priority, to be honest. Obtaining a few treasures would be nice, but I'd easily let it go for now. There were bound to be more opportunities in the future. The events of Thor 2 and Thor Ragnarok were bound to happen in several years. The treasures weren't going anywhere. Quickly thinking of a plan, I quickly decided on a course of action. I called upon my symbiote and separated a small part of it. A small piece of it no larger than a finger fell to the ground. It was still connected to me telepathically and could perform simple tasks if given orders. Wait for an opportunity, try and get Odin's DNA. Frigga and Laufey's too if you get a chance. A strand of hair is fine, blood would be better. I instructed through our telepathic link. The small symbiote turned invisible and seeped in through a small opening in the door. I leave it behind to do its assigned task and head towards the library. Hopefully, things will turn out well. I arrived at the library and I was shocked by what I saw. It was absolutely massive. I start looking around. My eyes were drawn to the many bookshelves. I pull out one of the books that appear to have been read repeatedly. It is a book of spells. I thumb through it briefly before putting it back. I open another. This one is an anatomy book covering all the dominant species of the 9 realms. I immediately understood what was written and felt something unlock in my mind. I could now understand their written language. I quickly found a catalogue to help me find what I was looking for. I swept through the library taking any book I found useful. It got to the point where I would just open portals under whole bookshelves and just shovel them inside. The portal led to a secure location, which I later planned to turn into my own personal magic library. I already had a few books collected from the magical libraries in the sanctum. They had to be copied by hand, which I found extremely annoying. I liked this method better. After I finished borrowing a few shelves worth of books about enchantments, runes, and whatnot, I left the library. On my way out, my eyes fell on several guards/librarians I had knocked out or paralyzed using my stingers. They'll wake up in a few hours not remembering what happened to them. I checked how much time I had left and sighed in disappointment. It seems I don't have time to visit the treasure room. Loki should be sending the destroyer right about now. I couldn't let S.H.I.E.L.D. get their hands on all that Uru. I opened a portal back to Earth and arrived back in New Mexico. Chapter end. Didn't anyone tell you? I'm a riddle, dude. I eat the uncertainty principle for breakfast. I was born the original loose cannon and I am one unpredictable feather plucking walrus. Cuckoo ka freaking chew. Deadpool. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. Comment. 53 comments. Vote. Chapter 54, The Destroyer. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. /n I've got some news. I started writing a new fic. It's an MHA Science Shinso Hitoshi. I've only got 2 chapters written. I plan on posting it on Webnovel as soon as I've at least written 5 more chapters. Enjoy, winking smiley. A few SHIELD vehicles were parked by the Bifrost site. SHIELD agents stood nearby as scientists took readings. Coulson was kneeling, examining the Bifrost runes. He turned to an agent. Get somebody from linguistics out here, he said. Just then, they hear a rumbling overhead, as the Bifrost storm roared in the sky above. Coulson and the SHIELD agents scrambled for cover, their vehicle windshields shattering, as the Bifrost storm grew in strength. Finally, the hole in the sky overhead opened, and the funnel cloud explodes out of it, touching down onto the desert floor. From behind a jeep, Coulson and the SHIELD agents stared at the destroyer in awe. One of the agents, still in a stupor, suddenly asked, "Is that one of Stark's?" "I don't think so. But the guy doesn't tell me anything," he answered. Coulson grabbed a megaphone and stepped forward, calling out to the destroyer. "Hello. You're using unregistered weapons technology. Please identify yourself," he yelled at it. The destroyer powers up in response, fiery energy building up within it. Coulson, realizing it's about to attack, warns the agents to escape. A blast of energy from the destroyer explodes a vehicle and the SHIELD agents start returning fire. Getting there just in time to see the destroyer destroy the first car. I fly around it and throw eldritch whips to bind it. In response, it started charging up a blast, and tore through my bindings. "Shit!" I yell as I took on the blast head-on. The heat coming off of it was intense. I could have dodged if I wanted, but I decided to test my endosim vibranium armor. The New York invasion was close, and this was my best chance to test my armor's durability. "OOF," I grunted as the destroyer backhanded me. I only slid a few meters back. It seems the gravitonium core was effective in increasing my weight. Getting flung around in the middle of a fight was unpleasant, to say the least. Thankfully, the hit didn't hurt much, and I was successfully able to tank it. On the street a block away from Jane's workshop, I could see the Warriors 3 and Sif walking down the street towards the oncoming destroyer. Thor, Darcy, Jane, and Selvig were hiding behind a building. "Hello. You must be Lady Sif and the Warriors 3. I say to the oncoming Warriors. "What are you?" Sif asks, her eyes darting between me and the oncoming destroyer. "I am human. This is just a suit of armor," I replied. "Listen, I don't mean to be rude, but this thing is obviously too strong for you to attack head-on, so how about we team up and take it down?" I said. "If you think you can help, then do so, but I still don't trust you. The destroyer armor is supposedly unbeatable. No warrior has ever successfully beaten it before," she said. They were still wary of me, but they obviously knew I was strong enough after they saw me fight it and tank a few of its hits. My endosim armor was surprisingly very similar in appearance to the destroyer's armor. I decided to give them a sign of trust and revealed my face. SHIELD already knew my identity. I didn't care if Sif and the Warrior 3 knew my face. I was invisible the whole time, while I was in Asgard, and there was no evidence to be traced back to me. The book's disappearance could be just blamed on Loki or the Frost Giants. "What should we call you, fellow warrior?" Fandral asked. I stretched out my hand and said, "Cypher, protector of Earth." They were all surprised by my appearance, and one of them, the fat one, said, "You're a warrior of Midgard?" "Yes, You can call me that. I am also a direct disciple of the Ancient One, I said. The Ancient One? Sif said. I raised an eyebrow in surprise and said. You know of her? Of course we know of her, she's Midgard's sorcerer supreme. It's Asgard's duty to protect the 9 realms. We heard legends of her feats over the centuries. She's a very powerful sorcerer, she said. With that, we went to confront the destroyer, Sif, and the 3 start walking down the street while I fly above them. Keep it distracted, I hear Sif tell us as she starts climbing up a building. Fandral and Horgun run forward and gesture to Volstagg to come forward while creating a step with their hands. Running with all his might, Fandral and Horgun launch Volstagg at the destroyer. Idiots! I mutter as Volstagg yells for a skadash before getting swatted into a truck. The destroyer walks up to the fallen warrior and is about to blast him when Sif jumps from the building, stabbing her double-ended sword into the destroyer's neck. The light in the destroyer's chest dissipated for a moment, almost like it had turned off before the destroyer armor seemed to shift. Now instead of facing downwards, it was now facing upwards and straight at Sif. Charging up another blast, Sif barely moves in time to avoid getting blasted and quickly retreats. The destroyer on the other hand simply stands up and turns to face us. I charge forward at the oncoming destroyer. I shift my arm into a vibranium sword and slash at the destroyer's leg. I manage to damage it, but the cut was too shallow. It seems vibranium alone isn't enough to damage magically charged Uru. It kicks me away and I land on the ground next to Thor. Crap, I didn't get a chance to increase my weight before it kicked me. I was about to create a portal and see if I can sever its head. Before I could do it, I suddenly heard. Stay down, warrior, you have done what you can, I heard him say. Thor walks to confront the destroyer. Watching what was happening, my respect for Thor went up a notch. Although I was a bit annoyed, at the end of the day it was his show. If I got serious and defeated it, Thor won't gain his powers back. It was only because he chose to sacrifice himself, did Odin's enchantments break and he became worthy to wield Mjolnir again. Having them see me as an ally and a fellow warrior was enough for now. Brother, whatever I have done to wrong you, whatever I have done to lead you to do this, I am truly sorry, he says. But these people are innocent, taking their lives will gain you nothing. With that statement, the armor started powering up for another blast. Then Thor said the one thing that Loki never expected him to. So take mine. And end this. With that, the energy died down and the faceplate reset itself. Pausing for a second, the armor turned away as if it was going to leave for Asgard, but in a vicious move, it turned around and backhanded Thor, still only human, into a car. No! Jane yelled as she ran over to see if Thor was all right. Lady Sif had a hand over her mouth while Fandral and Volstagg's jaws dropped. Even Horgun the Grim had a look of surprise flash across his face. The destroyer looked at Thor's prone form for a moment before turning around again, this time to leave Earth. Off in the distance, though, I see Thor's hammer. I was honestly tempted to kick it away. I was still a little sore from the shock it gave me. Maybe I can melt it down and turn it into a toilet after Hela breaks it. A hand suddenly springs up out of the car, catching Mjolnir. A bolt of lightning comes from the sky and strikes him, his flannel shirt and jeans becoming his usual armor, helmet, and cape. I hear Jane mutter to herself, "Oh my God." I chuckled a bit at the accidental pun and prepared to enjoy the show. The destroyer at that point turned back around at us and saw the newly powered Thor. It started powering up another blast only for the hammer to fly from the bolt of lightning and slam into its face, knocking the blast off course only for the hammer to come back and nail the destroyer on the return trip, knocking it down. Landing in Thor's hand, the lightning stopped, and Thor was revealed in all his glory. Wearing his full armor, hammer in hand, Thor leaps into the air and creates a tornado on top of the town. Slowly, the destroyer started rising into the air at the force of the winds. The warriors 3, Cypher, and I corralled Jane and company into one of the buildings and away from the flying cars. Just as suddenly as it started, the tornado stopped with a mighty explosion in the clouds and the falling body of the destroyer. Forward slash 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 forward slash. Donald, I don't think you've been completely honest with me. Coulson and about a dozen other SHIELD agents stood in the middle of the town along with the Warriors 3, Cypher, Jane, and the rest. I was standing close to Cypher and the Warriors 3 facing the agents. Know this, son of Ko. You and I, we fight for the same cause, the protection of this world. From this day forward, you can count me as your ally, if you return the items you have taken from Jane. Stolen. Jane corrects him. Borrowed. He replies. Of course you can have your equipment back, you're going to need it to continue your research. Would you like to see the bridge we talked about? I hear Thor ask Jane. Sure. With her confirmation, he grabs her and flies off. Well, I should get going, later. I suddenly said. Wait, we still have a few Q. Coulson didn't get to finish as I ignored him and flew off. I still had a few things to take care of, and I wasn't in the mood to answer questions. I already left a tracker on what was left of the destroyer's armor, after Thor destroyed it. I didn't want them to know I had it, so I decided to take it later. Right now though, I had to get back to Asgard before Odin woke up, and Heimdall defrosted. Chapter end. I want to die a natural death at the age of 102, like the city of Detroit. Deadpool. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 46 comments. Vote. Chapter 55, A Clash of Titans. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Enjoy winking smiley. Asgard. I arrived at Asgard near the observatory. I found Heimdall encased in ice. He was surrounded by 2 frost giants and couldn't break free. Heimdall, knowing that the fate of Asgard depended on him, mustered all his strength. The ice around him began to crack. With a tremendous effort, Heimdall shattered free from the ice. He quickly took out the 2 frost giants with his sword. Weakened, near death, he drags himself inside the observatory. He inserted his sword and activated the Bifrost, and passed out right after. I quickly took this chance to collect his blood off the floor and some of the frost giant's blood too. Thor and company were about to arrive, so I quickly opened a portal back to the palace near Odin's chambers. I could see what was happening inside the chambers through the piece of symbiote hidden inside the chambers. Odin was still in his Odin sleep. Laufey and a couple of frost giants burst in. Frigga swung the sword around hard, cleaving into a frost giant's shoulder. The giant swatted her aside angrily. Laufey was looking at Odin's helpless form and smiled a vicious smile. He would finally get his revenge. Knowing what was about to happen, I commanded my symbiote to take this chance to get closer to Odin. Laufey stood over the unconscious Odin, relishing the moment. He formed an ice blade and raised his blade above Odin's body, when a blast of energy blasts him from behind. My symbiote struck at that moment. But as soon as it touched Odin, I heard it screeching through our telepathic link. A small blast of energy pulsed out of Odin's body and disintegrated the symbiote. My connection was quickly cut and I could sense something or someone zeroing on me, trying to get past my cloaking spell. I cursed my bad luck and created a portal out of Asgard back to Earth. Humph, disgusting parasite. Now, let's see how my sons resolve this situation. I'm tired of watching them squabble amongst themselves. Unbeknownst to Loki and Thor, even in his sleep, Odin could see and hear everything happening around him. He was about to awaken from his Odin sleep any moment now. Unexpectedly, though, his Odin force reacted to a parasite trying to cling to him. His Odin force, sensing a foreign invader, sent out a pulse to attack this parasite. He couldn't tell who or what sent this parasite, or what was its purpose, but he promised himself to strengthen Asgard's defenses after he woke up. It seemed all kinds of things could get in now. New Mexico. Holy shit. That was close. I was drenched in cold sweat, and I could feel my heart pounding. It seems I had severely underestimated Odin. If it wasn't for my cloaking spell, I would have been discovered. The Odin force was not to be underestimated, it seems. I managed to escape before he could mark me with his magic or discover my identity. But this was too close for comfort. I was slightly disappointed, I didn't manage to get his DNA. It was a risky plan. He wasn't a god king for nothing. I doubt I could have even set foot in the palace if he was awake. His senses were certainly as strong, if not stronger than Heimdall's. I sighed in disappointment and decided it was best to be more careful in the future. It wasn't all for naught, though. At least I managed to obtain something useful. I looked at the vials of blue and golden blood in my hand. A few days later, I was currently in my lab studying the destroyer's armor. The plane that was transporting the armor back to S.H.I.E.L.D. mysteriously disappeared along with the armor. The plane's crew was later found in Hawaii. Unfortunately, they had a severe case of amnesia and couldn't remember how they got there. I got a free quintet out of it and 3 tons worth of Uru. I had to disable and remove half a dozen trackers and locators off the plane, but it was all worth it. The cloaking technology in the jet was worth the trouble. I also discovered that Uru, although highly durable and retained enchantments very well, it heavily depended on how much magic was channeled into it. The stronger and more powerful the magic, the better it could perform. Unfortunately, I didn't have the heart of a star, or an enchanted forge, to melt it. I also lacked crucial information on how to enchant it. It seems a trip to Nidavellir was necessary. Suddenly, Sophie informed me that I had a call coming in. As soon as I answered, I could hear screaming and explosions going off as the deafening roars got louder and more primal. I heard Kitty's panicked voice. "Doug, you have to get to Harlem, hurry." "I am on my way," I said. I quickly put on my suit and opened a portal to Harlem, and it was worse than I could have imagined. I witnessed the most heart-rending and sorrowful sight that I have ever seen. I have never seen so much destruction, it was on the level of a natural disaster. I saw Colossus battling it out with another creature, a monstrous creature, with a body larger than Hulk's and his spine protruding from his back. The fact they were duking it out right in the middle of Harlem, with people scrambling and running around in the background and police trying desperately to evacuate them, was unreal. I saw parts of buildings on the verge of collapsing, but with people still in them and others trapped under debris and car parts. I quickly found Kitty among the chaos, helping people, phasing them through the debris. Fortunately, she was wearing her suit. Her identity wasn't exposed. What the hell is going on? Why is he fighting the abomination? I told you guys to call me if something happened. I quickly said. It all happened so quickly, that thing broke out of Stein's lab and started killing people. Colossus decided to engage and hold him off until you got here. She said. Fine. Leave this to me and Portal Jean here. Tell her to wear her suit. I am going to go help Colossus. I said. She gave me a nod and ran off to find a discreet place to open a portal. I finished helping the last of the survivors and turned towards the main event. Piotr was surprisingly holding his own. It seems his training paid off. He wasn't doing much damage to the abomination though, and it looked like Blinsky was treating him more like a punching bag, more so than an opponent. But he was getting a few good hits in. Come on. Give me a real fight, Metal Man, this is no fun. Blinsky said. Your evil ends this day, monster. Piotr shouted in a heavy Russian accent. You want a real fight? Take this. Saying this, I jumped high into the air and punched his face with a Chi-infused fist. He got thrown into the building in front of me. I turned to Colossus. Sorry to rain on your parade, big guy, but it looked like he was giving you some trouble, I said. Niet, no sorry needed. I am glad you're here. He answered. It's still too early to celebrate. I don't think he's going to stay down after one hit. Blinsky, confirming my previous statement, dug himself out of the collapsed building. He looked excited. He wiped some blood from the corner of his mouth. Now, that, I felt. You're that guy from the Stark Expo, aren't you? You should be fun to play with for a while. He said. My spider sense blared at me. I only had enough time to bring up my hands in an X to block before he slapped me into a building. Damn. That hurt. I pushed some rubble off me and found myself surrounded by soldiers. I looked at the soldiers. The hell are you guys waiting for? Get out of here and get everyone else out too. Get your heads out of your asses. They quickly scrambled out of the street and started setting up a perimeter to get everyone else out. My attention was grabbed by the sound of fists hitting metal. The abomination was currently on top of Colossus, pummeling him into the ground. I quickly entered my lightning Kai mode and blitzed over. I decided to try a new move I created. He should survive this, I think. I appeared right beside Blinsky and punched him in the head. He was disoriented for a second, which gave me the opening I needed. I began gathering electricity into my right hand, and fire into my left. I clapped my hands together and separated them once more. There were glowing plasma threads between my hands. They were giving off a lot of heat. Enough to cut through metal like butter. Blinsky, feeling danger from my attack, decided to throw a tank at me. Instead of engaging in close quarters, I dodged and was upon him before he realized it. He only had a chance to put an arm out to block. My superheated plasma threads cut through his arm and severed it. His left arm fell off to the side. My attack heading towards his neck. Realizing it was useless to block, he kicked me away and created some distance between us. He was holding his left stump and groaning in pain. He was giving me a death glare but didn't make any more moves to attack. My attack fizzled out after he kicked me away. It wasn't stable and needed a lot of concentration to be held. I gave him a smirk. I thought, "You said you wanted to play. Damn you!" he roared. He was still holding his stump, which was just starting to regenerate, albeit slowly. Good. This should weaken him enough, I thought. I got carried away and forgot, for I wasn't trying to kill him. It's a good thing he kicked me away. Our standoff was broken when we suddenly hear something crash in the middle of the road. A few moments later a large green hand shoves its way out of the crater, and we hear a challenging roar. "Hulk!" Blinsky growled. "Well, it seems your playmate is finally here." Abomination ignored me and started running towards Hulk. Hulk of course starts running towards Abomination too. They jump towards each other when they get close enough and punch at each other. There's a huge shock wave which I feel into my bones and which destroys a few lights. It almost seemed like a clash between two titans. Chapter end. I hope you guys are enjoying the story, and as always thank you guys for your support. Tell me what you guys think in the comments. Take it from me, the guy they call the Merc with a mouth. Sometimes your best weapon is shutting the and $$ up so the guy with the healing factor doesn't have time to grow his bones back. Because if that happens, your whole revenge plot is going to last an issue longer than you anticipated. Deadpool, 616. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. Comment. 61 comments. Vote. Chapter 56, Ungrateful Bastard. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. Enjoy winking smiley. Third person POV. The soldiers watched in horror as they saw a huge figure jump down and started killing people. They tried to fire at it as it threw a car away, but it was obvious it was useless. The bullets just bounced right off its skin. They thought all was lost, until a metallic silver figure arrived at the last second and saved them from getting killed. The metal man started battling the monster, but it seemed he could barely hold him off. The soldiers got inside a vehicle and drove after it while calling Ross, telling him a giant monster was battling a metal man. Ross looked between the phone and Bruce in shock before deciding to turn the helicopter. The soldiers drove towards it with their cameras on to allow Ross to see the situation. Down below, cops fired at the abomination, but it was unaffected and it tried killing them with a swipe of its hands, but the metallic man blocked it just in time. Bruce looked down and saw the huge thing as his eyes widened in horror. His face was a warped and deformed version of Blinsky's. His skin was grayish, and his spine was deformed badly. The now humongous Blinsky threw more cars around and roared as he finally came into view. It was now battling a new figure. Another person had joined the fight and was trying to stop Blinsky. Bruce asked Ross to take him back there, saying he might be able to control it. He couldn't let other people suffer for their mistakes. Ross protested, but Bruce said that all of them were responsible for creating it. Bruce walked up to the door as Betty tried to stop him, reminding him that there was a chance of him not transforming at all. Bruce said that he needed to try and apologized. The two then kissed passionately. Bruce then let go and threw himself to the ground with his eyes closed. A green hand burst through the ground as Ross and Betty watched from the helicopter. Hulk emerged from the ground as Ross and Betty watched. Hulk tore off the ragged remains of Banner's shirt and gave a loud, challenging roar to Abomination. The two giants slowly started walking towards each other before rushing each other at full speed as the terrified civilians ran out of the way. Hulk roared and leapt, but Abomination grabbed him and, tackling him to the ground, threw him off through a car, and as he fell down. POV end. Abomination threw Hulk down the road with enough strength that Hulk skipped a few times before coming to a stop out of my sight. Abomination ran on after him and went out of my sight too. I started looking for people in the wreckage. Hulk can handle Abomination for now. I used my telepathy to find anyone trapped or injured. My method was effective, but ultimately I was only one person. I needed more hands on deck. Suddenly I felt Jean's mind connect to mine. I could tell through our connection that she was worried and slightly afraid. So what's our priority? Search and rescue? Or stopping the monsters? Before I could answer, we were distracted by another roar. Hulk roared and smashed a police car into two before lifting up both the pieces as Abomination rushed him. Hulk slammed both pieces together, deciding to use the two pieces of the police car as boxing gloves. Hulk angrily pummeled Abomination with his boxing gloves, slamming him into the ground, and continued pummeling him until the pieces of the car broke and he punched Abomination hard. Abomination spat out a broken tooth and glared at Hulk. The green one's on our side. At least until you start attacking him. His name is Hulk from what I heard. The ugly one was causing damage even before I got here. Colossus was engaged in combat with him, trying to stall him, but got injured. Tell Kitty to portal Colossus to the med bay. I told her through our telepathic connection. We're on it. She answered. I could feel her uneasiness, but decided not to comment on it. I knew that in addition to being telepathic and telekinetic, Jean was also an empath. She was probably affected by the emotions coming off those trapped or crying for help. I started helping more people, while the two monsters battled. I also made sure that our efforts were captured on camera. Diana was controlling several drones equipped with cameras, to capture today's events. Sophie handled logistics and made sure that several ambulances were on their way. She was diverting traffic to make sure they got here as fast as possible. She was also helping first responders and firefighters, by sending them the location of those in need of help. Or those too far away from me and Jean to currently help. After I was finished with putting out a few fires and helping people, I decided to go and help Hulk on his end. I got to their position just in time to see Hulk and Abomination crash a helicopter. I couldn't see Abomination anywhere, but Hulk was now starting to get up. The helicopter was leaking its fuel and there's sparks flying from the broken fans. Betty woke up inside the helicopter to see the soldiers dead but managed to wake up Ross. As Hulk got up, Abomination leapt on top of the helicopter. The two snarled and charged at each other as Abomination slammed Hulk into a wall and started pummeling him. While he is distracted, I start rescuing anyone that's alive within the helicopter. First I webbed the spots where it's sparking to prevent a fire. Then I went inside and brought both the Ross out of the helicopter. You don't deserve this power. Now watch her die. I suddenly heard. I looked back to see Abomination using his elbow bone claw thing to pierce Hulk's chest while choking him. I'm about to interfere when Hulk suddenly looks determined and breaks out of the hold. I feel a lot of heat coming from behind me and turn to see there's a fire building up. Hulk pushed Abomination's hands off him and punched him hard, staggering him back before slamming him into the wall. The fuel leakage caused a fire, but Hulk did a thunderclap, putting it out. Betty then screamed a warning to Hulk as Abomination hit him with a concrete pillar tied to a high tensile chain. He tried to get up but Abomination hit him again, sending him down. He then swung the chain at the helicopter, breaking its wings, and asked Ross if he had any last words. Hulk suddenly got up and raised his fists. Hulk, smash! He then slammed his fists onto the ground, breaking the concrete and trapping Abomination's legs as the chain fell on him and wrapped around his neck. He starts using the chain to choke Abomination. Blinsky held onto the chain and was slowly getting up. It seems he still had more strength to spare. Deciding to help out, before he breaks free, I summoned the bands of Cypher to help keep him down. He tried struggling again, but his attempts were getting weaker and weaker. He eventually passed out. It all seemed to be over, but the chains instead of loosening started getting tighter. Hulk was about to snap his neck when Betty suddenly shouted, "Stop!" The Hulk simply dropped Abomination to the ground and putting his foot on him, let out a powerful, victorious roar, as the cops, soldiers and civilians watched in terror. He then kicked the unconscious Abomination at a numb Ross' feet. The cops and soldiers were aiming their guns at Hulk and me. Betty approached us and stood in front of the 8-foot Hulk. "It's okay," she whispered. "Betty." Hulk grumbles. Somehow his voice is softer than before. Hulk looks at me and nods a thanks. He looked like he's about to transform back into Banner when some news helicopter flashes a big light on the three of us. He exchanged another look with Betty, looking sad, and then leapt onto the walls, eventually jumping onto a rooftop, and then leapt away into the night sky. Now that Hulk was gone, all the cops and soldiers were aiming their guns at me. "Seriously? You're aiming a gun at the guy that just helped stop a giant raging monster?" I asked. They all looked to each other, still unsure of what to do. A few of them started to lower their guns down. Until they heard, "Arrest that mutai freak!" Someone shouted. I looked to see who said that, only to see General Ross pointing a gun at me. "Really? I just saved your life, and that's how you repay me?" I said. "Dad, stop. What are you doing? He just saved our lives." Betty shouted. "Be quiet, Betty," he yelled. I could see the greed in his eyes. It seems after missing the chance to get Hulk and seeing how Blinsky went mad with rage and started killing everybody. From his point of view, I was the next best thing. All of those that were hesitating raised their weapons once more. I was slightly disappointed by their actions. I knew they were just following orders, but they could have chosen to ignore them. I sighed. "You know, the worst thing about idiots is they don't know how stupid they are," I said. I then used my invisibility and disappeared. Shouts of surprise and confusion were heard. I noticed some cops and soldiers sighed in relief after I disappeared. It seems that not all of them were happy with their orders, and were happy to not have a fight. While everybody was distracted, I layered an illusion of Blinsky over himself and created a portal under him. To those unaware, it looked like nothing happened. The illusion would last for a few minutes or until someone decided to touch it. I was slightly regretful I wouldn't get to see the look on General Ross's face, when he realized he gained nothing from tonight's events. On the contrary, things were about to get much worse for him. "Sophie, I want everything about tonight's events compiled and ready to be released tomorrow. Dig up any dirt you can find on Ross and make sure everybody knows that what happened tonight was his fault," I said. "Affirmative," she answered. A few days later, Betty stood in front of the docks, contemplating everything that had happened. She looked at the picture of Bruce she had taken on her camera before they had driven the truck, but the battery was low and it shut itself off. She started imagining how their lives could have been. A bar in Texas, Nevada. General Ross was drinking and smoking in a bar when the door opened and a man approached him saying, "The smell of stale beer and defeat. You know, I hate to say, I told you so, General, but I'd be lying. The Super Soldier program was put on ice for a reason." "Fury," Ross said. "General." Fury said. "So, are you here to arrest me?" Ross asked him. "No, General. I am here to gloat. However, these gentlemen over here are here to do just that," Fury said. Fury then signaled the agents standing behind him to arrest Ross. "This isn't over, Fury. One day those freaks are going to cause more trouble than they're worth. You hear me? You hear? You son of a bitch," Ross shouted as he was getting arrested. Suddenly Ross went silent and passed out. There was a tranquilizer dart sticking out of his neck. They all turned to see where the shot came from and saw one of the agents standing behind Fury holding a small tranq gun. Fury gave him a questioning look. The agent just shrugged in response. Fury grinned and said, "Son, you just got yourself a promotion." Chapter end. The world only makes sense if you force it to. Bruce Wayne. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. P.S. I have 3 chapters up on my Patreon of my new MHA fic. It's called Altered Mind. I'll be posting it on Webnovel as soon as I have a decent amount of chapters written out. Comment. 80 comments. Vote. Chapter 57, Consequences. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Enjoy, winking smiley. After that night a number of events happened in quick succession. The video of me and Colossus fighting Abomination went viral. The video showed Colossus preventing Abomination from killing innocent people. It also showed Jean, Kitty and me saving people and helping them. The video was skillfully edited to show our efforts and portray us in a positive light. The video was of course released anonymously by an unknown party, me. Our superhero names were also released. Jean went by the name of Phoenix. I had added a phoenix symbol to her supersuit after the Stark Expo. Kitty went by the name of Shadow Cat. Her supersuit took inspiration from the Black Panther suit. It had the cat ears and the claws, but other than that her suit looked quite different. First of all, it was white instead of black. Peter went by Colossus. Iron Man would have been more suitable, but then again the name was already taken by a narcissistic playboy in a billion-dollar suit. And finally me. My suit looked quite futuristic, it had circuit markings all over it, which gave it an alien feeling. I went by the name Enigma. It certainly fitted the aura I was giving off. It wasn't clear if I was wearing a supersuit or if I simply had powers. Or what my powers even were. I was simply a mystery. I initially wanted to go with the name Cypher, but decided to hold off on it for now. I felt it would have been a little too on the nose if I went by my current company's name. Ross was arrested by S.H.I.E.L.D. and put into custody. He would be put on trial in the near future. Sophie went above and beyond. When I had asked her to dig up any dirt she could find on General Ross, I didn't realize how much there was. He was so radioactive that none of his contacts or friends would even consider touching him with a 10-foot pole. I honestly kind of felt bad for Betty. Her boyfriend was a fugitive and her father was a criminal. Getting betrayed by your own family and having said family hunt down the one you love isn't my idea of a good time. I was currently in my lab studying Blinsky's blood. He couldn't transform back into his original body, which meant he'd remain an ugly bastard for the rest of his life. I also had Dr. Parker take a look at his blood. He had experience with radiation. Some of the spiders he previously worked on were exposed to radiation to forcibly induce mutations in their DNA. It seems Blinsky was injected with a replicated variant of the super soldier serum. Add to that his transfusion with Banner's gamma-irradiated blood, which caused him to transform into that monstrosity. I had him in a psychically induced coma. My primary reason for taking him was to prevent him from falling into Hydra's hands or any other interested parties for that matter. I also made sure there wasn't any of his or Banner's DNA left from their fight. I kept his severed arm in a storage facility. I figured I could use it for experiments or such. Blinsky though. He was going to sleep for a long time. The bastard could become useful one day. It wouldn't hurt to have a semi-immortal psycho on hand. It would have been too wasteful to kill him or simply hand him over. I knew, Fury suspected I had something to do with it. But he couldn't prove it, so as far as I was concerned, he could kiss Hulk's green radioactive ass, for all I care. After I was finished with my work, I decided to go and pay Piotr a visit. He was currently in the infirmary getting treated. His injuries were healing nicely and the healing chambers developed by Dr. Hansen did a splendid job. I arrived at the infirmary only to hear yelling. A stoner-faced kitty marched past me and out of the infirmary. Third-person POV. Kitty's mind was chaotic with thoughts. Who did Ilyana think she was, putting her on the defensive like that? She was old enough to make her own decisions. Since when was she supposed to answer for what she did outside of her duties as a mystic and her studies? The argument they had was still fresh in her mind. She hated being grilled like that over something that was completely innocent. What made things worse was the fact that the younger girl had to make a scene, her voice becoming increasingly louder and louder. "Kitty. What's wrong?" Doug asked. "I don't want to talk about it," Kitty said as she walked away. A few minutes earlier, Ilyana's brows knitted together. "What do you mean going out?" Peter was currently asleep. He was in the healing chambers submerged in healing fluid. The chamber and fluid were developed by Dr. Hansen. Some of it was based on her own research and the healing chambers were based on the schematics Doug had obtained from his trip to Wakanda. They also planned on releasing a less effective version of the healing fluid to the public. It would be able to heal minor injuries, like cuts, bruises and even burns. It was only a matter of time before it was approved. Ilyana, who was now 13, was watching over her brother. As soon as she heard he was hurt, she rushed back from school. She was relieved to find out that her brother would be fine. What surprised her though, was that Kitty had stayed with Peter after she brought him back from the field last night, and hadn't left his side ever since. "I mean, he asked me to go out to dinner and then to the movies," Kitty said. Ilyana's blue eyes suddenly darkened. "So, it is like a date," she said. A blush stained Kitty's freckled cheeks. "I'm not sure if date is quite the word, really. I mean, we're friends," she said. "But it sounds like a date. He asked you out, to dinner and a movie." That's a date. The words were slow to come out of Ileana's mouth. I guess if you put it that way, but it's Peter. Kitty said. What is that supposed to mean? Ileana said. He's a friend. Kitty said. Sounds like you want to change that. Ileana said. What? No, I don't. Kitty said. Kitty was perplexed as she stared at the glowering face of the pale, blonde beauty standing at her side. What's it with you? So what? He's not good enough for you. Or are you still hung up on Doug? Ileana said. Kitty had a shocked expression on her face and was slow to respond. Forget it. You can go now if you want. I'll look after my brother. Ileana said, dismissing her. She then turned her back to Kitty and started ignoring her. Kitty walked out of the infirmary fuming. She saw Doug on her way out, which just made her grow more frustrated. She just wanted to get out of there. POV end. I found Ileana in the infirmary, with Peter still in the healing chamber. How is he? I asked. Dr. Hansen said he should be waking up in a few hours. She answered. Don't worry. Your big brother is tough. It would take way more than this to knock him down. He saved many lives last night. You should be proud of him. I said. I know I should be proud, but it's hard to see him like this. He was always so strong, almost seemed invincible at times. I saw the fight. I never imagined that monsters like that could even exist. She said. The world is a bigger place than you could ever imagine. And these monsters, as you call them, can't even compare to what's out there. I said. So what? Am I supposed to watch him as he gets hurt? I never understood why you pushed him so hard. But now I do. Even if he's bulletproof, he can still get hurt. There's still someone more powerful out there. She said. She then gave me a determined look. I want you to train me. I want to get stronger too. I want to protect my big brother. I had a difficult expression on my face. Ileana, even if you say that, you're still too young. Your brother would never agree to something like this. Plus your powers have yet to awaken. I don't think you see. I was interrupted by Ileana's voice. It happened when I heard the news last night. I dismissed it and chalked up to my imagination or something. But a blue and purple light flicked back to burn in the palm of her hand, giving her a very ominous angle of illumination. Then the balls of light went up her right arm one by one, until there was only an glowing armor covering her right arm. Before it slowly faded away, a silhouette of a sword could be faintly seen in her hand. It flickered for a moment before it disappeared and her arm went back to normal. The next time someone hurts my family, I'm going to cut him to pieces. She continued. The look in her eyes when she said that sent a slight shiver down his spine. My magical senses were going haywire. I wasn't afraid or even slightly threatened by Ileana. It was just her magical presence. It was enormous. Even more so than the ancient ones. Chapter end. His name is Hit Monkey. He's a hitman. Who's a monkey? You don't believe me? Look around you, dude. His Deadpool, Earth 616. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 58 comments. Vote. Chapter 58, Limbo. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. Enjoy winking smiley. Third person POV. Limbo, it's not the kind of place you ever really want to end up in. It's a place full of demons. Not the figurative kind. Either, the fangs and magic and claws and beady red eyes kind. If that's not enough, you've also got the fact that there's no sunlight in Limbo. It's just darkness reminiscent of twilight. If that isn't enough to break your spirits, there are stepping discs all across Limbo. Discs of light that can take you lots of places, alternate dimensions, different times, different worlds, and the majority of them, they just take you to other places in Limbo. A figure was standing on a high cliff, his silhouette against Limbo's moon. His dark figure stood tall, gazing down on the countless demons tearing each other apart. He couldn't see any details from where he was. It all seemed like a red, gory fest. He was used to it, but it didn't change the fact that it felt like this was his own personal hell. Belasco smiled. Years of deliberate planning were finally coming to fruition. Limbo was once again his. His hand twisted in the air, a trail of green fire in its wake. A shriek erupted from the lesser demon he had charged with the child's capture. Master! Show mercy! Mercy! His eyes slanted evilly as he gazed on the wretched thing writhing in the eldritch flame, but the smile never left his face. What would an imp know of mercy? He asked. His fingers danced, becoming a claw which he then slowly tightened into a fist. The energy crackling around his victim collapsed in response, and the creature's shriek grew to a wail which then cut off abruptly. Not very robust, are they? He asked the hulking figure beside him. No, not too much. I always saw them as cannon fodder, anyway. The large demon said. Well, I expect we shall have guests soon, so I hold you personally responsible for ensuring a proper welcome, Belasco said. The demon lord's voice was smooth and yet dripped with malice. And through it all, he smiled. I would suggest that you do not disappoint me, as did your brethren. Wouldn't dream of it. May I ask what he did? The large creature replied. Of course. He gestured at the expanding vapor that was all that remained. He failed his task. Failure is not an option. Belasco said. Only then did his smile fade, for just a moment. My own masters have taught me that lesson. The large purple demon looked into Belasco's eyes and shuddered. Back on Earth. I told Ileana to wait for a bit, at least until we could discuss things with her brother. I didn't think he'd approve of his little sister starting her training so early, especially without his permission. She was still his little snowflake after all. I figured it would take time for him to come around. I left her in the infirmary and decided to take a look at the books I got back from Asgard. I wasn't entirely sure if I could even do Asgardian magic, but that was secondary to my primary objective. I opened a portal to my secret library. No one was allowed here. It had so many restrictions and wards put up, one would find it difficult to even find this place. It was all keyed to my own magical signature after all. I looked at the mountains of books in front of me and decided to get started. This was going to take a while. A few hours later. I groaned, running my fingers through my hair. Closing yet another book on the history of their battles and conquests. I let out another groan. Absently, I felt the pangs of hunger and remembered I hadn't eaten yet. I kept reading through books and tomes and scrolls into the night. I found a useful piece of information. It talked about the kind of magic gods used. It turned out they used something called the God Force. The God Force was a mystical power that granted the ability to achieve the impossible at certain levels. It made sense that it would share some characteristics with magic, even though it wasn't strictly magic itself. It looked to be a step above it. By the time I realized it was morning, it was too late to even pretend to go to sleep. With a sigh, I heaved myself up and began preparing for the day. I had board meetings and a few appointments to attend to, and afterward, I had planned a lesson with some of the children. A few of the young ones had been having trouble controlling their powers. Cleaning off my desk, moving the books back to their rightful places. I ported out of the library and straight into my office. I commanded my symbiote to change into a more appropriate work attire. Nothing too fancy, just a suit. My secretary then notified me that my 9:30 appointment was here. This was going to be a long day. Ileana POV. I was in a strange place. It seemed to be made entirely out of barren rock and scorched earth. There was no bird song. There were no birds. There was nothing at all, at least, nothing alive. Even the wind has died long ago. The air was stagnant, sterile, and filled with ash. Looking closer. Amongst the ash and the dust there were things that were vaguely humanoid. They were barely even recognizable as fire-blasted skeletons. Burrowed beneath the earth and, in so doing, revealed it to not be earth at all. There was no soil here. There was nothing but flame-blackened bones piled upon each other. This was a mass grave, big enough for a world. On top of the mountains of corpses there was a throne made of blackened bones. It was the only thing that hasn't been touched by fire. It stood out like a flower in a furnace. Looking closer, I saw the thing that sat upon the throne. It didn't look entirely human. Its left arm was long and spindly, and its fingers were freakishly long. It had yellow eyes and two demonic horns coming out of its head. It suddenly turned towards me. Its yellow eyes fixed on mine. I saw it smile. "Come to me," it whispered. My heartbeat started to quicken and all I could feel was panic. "No. No," was all I could say. "Did you honestly believe I'd let you go so easily?" Chapter end. Sorry for the short chapter today. I wasn't even going to post today. I am spending time with the family as one should. I had this chapter in my draft, so I decided to post. Couldn't leave you guys hanging. Anyways, I hope you're having a wonderful time. Smiling face. I don't want to jump to conclusions here, but between the enslaved drones upstairs and the 50 Shades of Grey training room, I'm starting to suspect that SHIELD might be bad. Deadpool. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 31 comments. Vote. Chapter 59, A Nightmare in Limbo. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Enjoy winking smiley. Infirmary. Groaning, Piotr brought his hand to his head drowsily. At the point where the pain radiated from, just to the right above his forehead, his hair was damp and he winced as his fingers brushed the skin. "Welcome back, you gave us quite the scare there," he suddenly heard. His mind still foggy and confused, Piotr's eyes darted towards the voice, attempting to process. He had no idea where he was. The last thing he remembered was getting pummeled into the ground by a rather large fist. There was a vast array of advanced-looking medical equipment scattered around the room. There wasn't a single window in sight, just 4 bright white walls, which probably indicated they were underground. The only way out of here appeared to be large, a silver circular door on the far wall. It's Piotr, isn't it? You're safe here, I promise, said the woman, smiling at him. Who are you? Where am I? He asked. I'm Dr. Hansen. You're currently at Cypher Labs. You were injured in last night's battle. I came up with the healing solution we used to treat you, she said. What happened last night? Did we stop the monster? He asked. Believe it or not, another monster showed up and stopped it. I don't know the details, but I am sure Mr. Ramsey can fill you in later. For now, though, I need to examine you and make sure everything checks out, she said. He gave her a nod and let her finish her examination. All right, everything seems to check out. You're healthy as a horse. Take it easy for the next few days and tell me if you feel something amiss, she said. Piotr chuckled and said, thank you, Dr. Hansen. I'll be sure to let you know. No problem, big guy, just make sure to take it easy. Oh, by the way, you should probably check up on your sister. She's been worried sick, she said. Ilyana. She was here? He asked. She gave him a nod and said. We practically had to drag her out of here, to get her to get some sleep and rest for a bit. Miss Pride was here too, but she left after your sister showed up. I understand. Again, thank you, doctor, but I must go and find my sister, he said. Training area. Apparently having the knowledge of fighting and actually using it in a fight were two different things. After they dragged her out of the infirmary, Ilyana went to get some sleep. Unfortunately, though, it seems that was too much to ask for. She's been having this reoccurring nightmare over for the last few weeks. It seemed to only get worse after her powers awakened. She would always wake up sweating, like she just ran a marathon. This time it felt too real. The terror she felt while in the dream made her question if she was really dreaming. She thought about going back to the infirmary, but changed her mind. She felt too anxious to just sit there and wait. She needed to move her body. She decided to find Kitty and ask her for some training. She apologized to Kitty and told her she didn't mean what she had previously said. She was stressed out, and when it came to her family, she just couldn't help it. Kitty accepted her apology and invited her for a spar after she showed her some moves. They started sparring and decided not to use their powers since Ilyana didn't know how to use her powers yet. Kitty came at her, and Ilyana instinctively blocked her punch. They both looked up in surprise before Kitty quickly continued with her attacks. Ilyana blocked another hit but was pushed back. She was in pain, but she wasn't going to let it show. She shook it off before taking an offensive stance. Stop thinking, start acting. Right, she muttered. I'm gonna regret this in the morning. She winced as she pulled up her arms. Ilyana managed to block most of them and even landed her own hits on Kitty. Ilyana went for a right uppercut, leaving her front and left side completely vulnerable. Kitty capitalized on her opening and reacted instinctively. Kitty raised her foot and kicked her on the torso, making Ilyana fly back and falling on her ass. Oh, my God! Kitty exclaimed before running over to help pull Ilyana up. Ilyana was lying on her back, breathing heavily, and grabbed the offered hand. She then pulled Kitty down on the ground next to her. Ow, Kitty said, lying on her back next to Ilyana, both of them panting heavily. Kitty then sat up, looked at her. You're good, but you can definitely improve. We'll do this twice a week from now on. Ileana's only response was a half-choke half-pant as she tried to remember how to breathe. They suddenly heard someone clearing their throat. They both looked up, only to see Piotr, Jean and Doug. Piotr had a stern look on his face, which conveyed how dissatisfied he was with what he was seeing. Doug had an amused smirk on his face, while Jean just looked confused. "Brother! You woke up!" Ileana suddenly shouted. She quickly got up, her previous exhaustion forgotten, and rushed at him. She gave him a big hug which caused his expression to soften. He started hugging her back and patted her back. "I was so worried," she said. "It's all right, little snowflake, I am right here," he said in a gentle tone. The sight made Kitty smile. Watching Ileana interact with Piotr warmed her heart. "Hate to interrupt, but anybody want to explain, what were you guys doing?" Doug said. But Kitty's words were cut off by the blue haze of a teleportation spell. Doug immediately reacted and pulled everyone into the mirror dimension. He didn't know what was happening, but it should have been impossible for anyone to enter the base. The area around the training ground immediately became chaotic. To say it was pandemonium would have been close to the literal truth. Hordes of demons came pouring in through the portal. The screams, roars and explosions were audible even before they finished materializing. Doug stood firm, legs spread and braced, as he poured a current of pulsing red magic against an opposing stream of sickly green energy being directed at him by a trio of figures that came through the portal. The demons Enister, Sym, and Belasco. While Doug was occupied by the powerful trio, a few other demons were heading towards Ileana. Piotr and Jean were held back by dozens of demons and imps. They were making their way towards Ileana, but weren't making much progress. "Fuck!" Kitty swore, immediately running toward Ileana as fast as she could. Phasing out of the way of demons swooping in after her, the occasional energy blast deflecting in her direction, Kitty stormed across the training ground toward Ileana. "Ileana!" She screamed as she ran, trying to be heard over the loud hissing and popping of clashing magic. She watched as Ileana was being taken to a portal. Without hesitation, Kitty ran up behind the two demons taking Ileana away and pulled them into the ground below, burying them. Despite the ringing in her ears and pounding in her throat, Ileana felt the small but firm arms supporting her, trying to hold her up. She swallowed the burning in her stomach that had been threatening to spew up. "They're not real," Ileana hissed out, mouth tight with exertion. "Nightmare. This is one of your nightmares?" Kitty asked, confused. Ileana shook her head. "No," she said before adding, "Yes, but..." She ignored the sweat dripping off her forehead, running cold down her back. "The entity, the nightmare." The streams of green-yellow magic surged, as the figures of Sym, Enister and Belasco all began to push their way forward, toward Kitty and Ileana. They were bombarding Doug with magic from all sides. His symbiote had long metalized, giving him a much-needed boost, but he was still getting overwhelmed. "You can do this, Doug," Kitty said. I believe in you." "Ugh." With a shout, Doug entered his lightning Kai mode, giving him another boost to his powers. The other minor demons and imps that surrounded him started to burn up, and turned to ash. Kitty watched as the stream of Doug's magic glowed so brightly that it was hurting her eyes, but still the trio of demonic figures advanced. Doug's head was bent down with the force of his efforts, but as Kitty watched, the figures of Sym and Enister stopped and flickered briefly. But the figure of Belasco did not. Instead it continued to inch forward, step after step. "Come to me, child," he said as he drew closer. The other two had fallen to their knees under Doug's mystic assault, shimmering as they began to fade. Belasco suddenly stopped the mystic assault, teleporting to Ileana's side. His left arm swooped forward towards Ileana. He was so close, Kitty could smell the sulfur and char coming from him. Immediately Kitty phased her arm through Ileana, catching Belasco's arm at the wrist just inches away from Ileana's chest, using every bit of her strength and desperation to keep the demon lord's hand at bay. Ileana looked up as she felt Kitty pass through her, directly into the burning red eyes of Belasco, his too familiar sulphurous stench gagging her. As she realized that Belasco was real, that he was right here next to her, oh God. "You can't have her." Doug's shout shocked Ileana back to reality. Sym and Enister were gone, as was the pyrotechnic clash of magical energy. But Belasco was still right in front of her, clawed fingers pointed at her chest, with only Kitty's thin arm somehow holding the muscular demon at bay. "Kitty, you have to get back," Ileana shouted. Kitty ignored Ileana's cry. She could win, and she would win. "Listen to her, foolish girl," rumbled the powerful demon, his fangs exposed in a snarling grin. "She belongs to me." Doug was tearing through the demons, and was moments away from getting to Ileana and Kitty. Jean, seeing how dire things were, released her cosmic fire and burned all the demons surrounding her and Piotr. She was channeling a larger portion of the Phoenix's powers. Large enough to momentarily overwhelm the literal hordes of demons surrounding them. Belasco gave them all a smirk and said, "You're all too late." Belasco jerked his arm, closing his hand around Kitty's arm and his other arm on Ileana's shoulder. A bright light flooded over all three of them, trapping them in a swirl of multicolored mystic haze. They were starting to disappear. "No!" Doug, Piotr and Jean all shouted. Doug hastily fired spell at their disappearing figures, but it was too late. They were gone. Chapter end. "You shot me in the leg. How will I walk? Oh, just like your daughter." "Good one, Commissioner." Laughing. The Joker. I already have 10+ advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. Comment. 53 comments. Vote. Chapter 60, The Splinter Realms. I already have 10+ advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon/Anubis Creations. Enjoy winking smiley. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I roared as I punched the ground. Doug. Calm down, now is not the time to lose our heads. Jean said. I was so close, Jean. If I had been faster. Piotr was sitting on the ground, his hands on his head. He kept muttering and repeating Ileana's name. There's no use beating ourselves about it. We have to think of a plan, Doug. We have to get them back. What the hell was that thing? And where did it take Ileana and Kitty? She said. He's a demon from Limbo, I think. I don't know much about him, but he's been briefly mentioned in one of the books I've read. I said. Limbo? Jean asked. It's a magical dimension of demons ruled by a sorcerer-turned-demon who goes by the name Belasco. I haven't seen him before, but he certainly fits the description. I think the Ancient One fought him before. I read about him in one of the books she wrote. I said. Then she could help us. What are we standing around here for? She said. Is true. Do you know where we can find Ileana? Piotr asked. I don't know where Limbo is, but the Ancient One may have an idea of its location, but... I said. What's wrong? Jean asked. I looked towards Piotr and said. Piotr, there's something you have to understand. Time in Limbo is in constant flux. A few minutes on Earth could mean months or even years in Limbo. Piotr's face paled at my mention of years. He felt absolutely powerless. He couldn't even protect his baby sister. How can he call himself a hero, if he can't even protect his family? Years. Doug, do you mean that? Jean said in disbelief. Yes, it might already be too late. We were on our way to the Ancient One's chambers. I picked up the time stone on our way there after I opened portal to the sanctum. If we're dealing with time shenanigans, it's better to have the time stone on hand. We arrived at her chamber to find her sitting in a lotus position. Her eyes were closed and hundreds of spell formulas were flashing all around her. Her hands were moving at impressive speeds. I assume the barrier breach is related to your arrival? She asked. We were attacked. Kitty and Ileana were taken as well. I said. Do you know which entity attacked you? She asked. His description fits a demon in that book you had me read about Limbo. I said. Her eyebrows furrowed as she said. Which one? Belasco. He also had 2 other demons with him, they were almost as powerful as him. I said. She grimaced. What a troublesome foe. The demon Lord Belasco, current ruler of Limbo. He must have exhausted a significant part of his power to break the wards, but it's only a matter of time, before he replenishes it. I think I managed to injure him, which should buy us some time. But I'm not sure if that'll be enough. I said. Correct. The flow of time in Limbo is chaotic, but it shouldn't be too out of sync with Earth due to how soon the convergence is upon us. She said. So, it's not too late. I said. I merely said it shouldn't be as exaggerated. It'll be a few weeks instead of years. I can further reduce it, using the time stone. But it'll depend on luck in the end. She said. That means you can go. Unfortunately I can't come. I have to stay here and repair the wards. If left unattended, other entities or creatures could slip through the cracks. She interrupted. I sighed in disappointment, her assistance would have been invaluable. We were severely outnumbered, and if it came down to a head-on confrontation, there would be casualties on both sides. I could probably survive, but that won't necessarily hold true for the rest of my team. Be warned though, you can't stay too long. Limbo has a morally and spiritually corrupting influence over its denizens. It will slowly metamorphose those in it to a demonic entity. Persons of great moral courage and wisdom can stave off the change for a while, but it is considered inevitable, the more evil there is in your heart. The faster the change. The transformation usually progresses in stages initiated by the evil acts Limbo demands for survival. She said. Well, that's not good, I thought to myself. Most of my team except for Colossus and Jean can't come. Jean due to being the host of the Phoenix and Colossus due to his great moral courage. I could probably resist it for a while, but I am not exactly a saint. Mardox and Callisto are obviously out, since they used to be criminals. We should contact the X-Men, we're going to need all the help we can get. The 3 of us aren't going to be enough. Jean said. I didn't exactly like the idea of asking the X-Men for help, but it seems I didn't have much of a choice. If I were to take on Belasco and we were to assume Jean would to take on the other two demon generals, that just leaves Colossus to take on the rest of the demons, and I can't imagine those three are the only powerful ones in Limbo. I am reluctant to do so, but if it can increase our chances in saving Kitty and Ileana, I agree we should get all the help we can get. I said. You can't bring too many. The spell can only send a few people at best. The Ancient One said. How many? Jean asked. It can only send 7 or 8 individuals. You'll have to find your own way back though. I won't be able to help you there. She said. Shit. That's still not many. I then turned to Jean and said. I'll open a portal to the X-Mansion. You go there and bring whoever agrees to come. I'll give you a few minutes, before I open one again. I'll stay here and help the Ancient One set up the spell that's going to send us there. I said. I gave her a kiss and opened a portal for her. I then turned to Colossus. We need some supplies and weapons. Sophie will tell you where to find them. Just tell her Protocol Armageddon is in effect. She'll handle the rest. I said. I opened another portal for Colossus to our base and then turned to the Ancient One. Armageddon? She asked curiously. Yeah, it's when the team is facing world-ending threats. I don't know what Belasco needs them for, but I am guessing it's something along the lines of world domination or something. I said. You're not that far off. The last time I fought and sealed him away, he was trying to summon one of the elder gods to Earth. She said in a dark tone. I gave her the time stone, so she could get started on the spell. I took the opportunity to memorize the spell, in case we needed it on our way back. I also had her tell me everything she knew about Limbo. It turns out Limbo was the center of the Splinter Realms and allegedly a part of the nexus of all realities. What interested me though was something else. She said that Limbo was merely a pocket dimension generated by a single deposit of a magical metal called promethium. If removed, it could result in the dimension's collapse. All that was known about it though was that it took the form of a giant animal heart, hidden in a cavern deep below Limbo's surface. It was certainly interesting, but not particularly useful to our current situation. We didn't have time to search a whole dimension for a magical core that may or may not exist. After she finished constructing the spell formula, she turned to me and said, I can't let you have the time stone, but I can give you these instead. She said. She handed me a pure white gem, with various runes and symbols carved on it. There was also a small pouch next to it. What are those? I asked in wonder. The bag is a unique magical item that allows the user to store any object despite its size or dimensions. Once an item is stored, it can be summoned by merely thinking of the object and opening the bag. Its capacity is limited though. That's certainly useful, I said, while I examined the bag. She gave me a nod and then continued. The gem is called the Eye of Bosphorus. The incantation necessary to unlock the Eye of Bosphorus is written on it. I obtained it on one of my travels. Once activated, the eye can grant its user one spell of choice, regardless of its power. The artifact can only be used once, and it turns into dust afterwards. I haven't used it yet, since I can't read what it says, but I imagine that won't be a problem for you. Use it to seal that realm before you leave. Thank you. There's no need to thank me. You're doing me a favor. Just make sure to come back alive. I wish I could do more to help, but I have done all I can," she said. I gave her a smile filled with gratitude. There was no need for any more words to be said. I opened 2 portals in front of me. Colossus walked out of one of them along with the weapons and supplies we needed. I used the artifact the Ancient One had just given me, to store everything in it. Colossus was surprised by it, but just chalked it up to more magical nonsense. He was already too occupied with thoughts of saving Ileana and Kitty. A few moments later Jean comes walking with the X-Men trailing behind her. It was finally time we went to Limbo. Limbo. The hall of the ruler of Limbo was rather sparse. A crystalline throne, a large hall, it was simplistic. The hall itself was kind of warped, skewed to the senses, and rough-looking. Only 2 objects in the entire hall look real and solid. The crystal throne, and the scrying pool. Both are solid, very real, and nearly perfect in their lines and curves. Belasco appeared in the throne room, with 2 figures. He held the passed-out forms of Ileana and Kitty. He looked towards one of his demon generals. "Find them a room to stay in. We shall begin our session soon. That damned sorcerer managed to injure me before I left," he ordered. He stepped on his throne, throwing off his black cloak. It had cuts and holes in it, it had definitively seen better days. Curse him. My powers were exhausted from our fight and opening that small breach. It'll take time for me to recover, before I can proceed with the ritual, he thought. While his power here is nearly absolute, and the demons fear to go against him, they still see him as a human. Even though his soul had long been corrupted and tainted. Soon, all shall come to fruition. And Earth shall be mine. Chapter end. A little background on Belasco and the origin of magic for those who haven't read the comics, or know about him. Backslash 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 backslash. Belasco used to be an evil sorcerer in the 17th century. He made a deal with the elder gods to gain immortality and more power. He was turned into a demon, and part of the deal was to open a portal for the elder gods to walk the earth, where they would rule Earth and turn everybody into demons. In the end he was defeated and banished to Limbo, where he eventually became its ruler. The ritual required to summon the elder gods depends on him collecting 5 bloodstones formed from a ritual, where he has to corrupt pure souls with a high aptitude for magic. In the original material he kidnaps Ileana when she was 7, corrupts her soul and binds her to him, spends years teaching her how to become a sorcerer, trying to corrupt her more through power. The more demonic she turns, the more she loses her humanity. She eventually kills him, by manifesting a sword made from a part of her soul. Since he's impossible to kill otherwise, she escapes after being kept a prisoner for 8 years and returns a teenager. The twist is, when she returns she discovers only a few minutes had passed on Earth. That's why no one came for her, since they found out about her disappearance a few moments ago. I've got all these new abilities, and for the moment I'm feeling an incredible sense of responsibility, and the desire to commit acts of great violence. My superhero origin is complete. Deadpool, Earth 616. I already have 10+ advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 30 comments. Vote. Chapter 61, Berserker. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Enjoy winking smiley. Limbo. We were making our way through Limbo. I was surprised by those who volunteered. I had told Jean to explain to them how dangerous this was. We were essentially going in blind into enemy territory. Aurora decided to come and help, since Kitty was like a little sister to her. Wolverine wasn't that hard to convince actually. Although his relationship with Kitty wasn't that strong, he did still care about her well-being. Getting the opportunity to tear some demons to shreds was just the cherry on top. He almost seemed a bit too eager to go, if I were to be honest. Rogue volunteered too. I hadn't seen Rogue for a while now. I had made good on my promise and helped her with her powers a couple of years ago. I was able to come up with a theory on how her powers worked and how she activated them. Like most mutants, her powers were controlled by her emotions. After many tests, both scientific and magical, we found out that she was absorbing life force through skin contact. Normal humans didn't have much to begin, which caused her touch to be especially fatal to them. Metahumans proved to be a bit stronger than humans because meters have mutated genetics, so her power does less lethal effects for most meters than humans. Her first boyfriend, Cody Robbins, was in coma state for 3 weeks with just a brief touch. If she had touched Cody a bit longer, he had been already dead. It proved that if she touched her victim too long, she will kill her victim due to loss of life energy. I could safely touch her because I could produce more life force than she could drain. In layman's terms, I was putting out more juice than she could absorb. I made her an inhibitor to help her manage her powers. I also warned her that it was merely a stopgap and she'd have to learn how to control her powers on her own. My thoughts were interrupted by a sudden shout. "This is so cool! Sigh asterisk. Oh yeah, Kurt is also here." For the life of me I couldn't figure out why he came. I think he was just excited by the idea of going somewhere new. "This isn't a school trip, Kurt. We're on a dangerous mission to rescue our friends from an evil demon lord." "I wouldn't describe this as cool," Rogue reprimanded. "This is just like the stories I used to read when I was little. Going on a rescue mission to save the princess from the evil villain's lair," he said. "Yeah, but instead of a lair, it's a hell dimension and the villain this time happens to be a demon lord," Jean said. "I still don't understand how he was able to take Kitty and Ileana away this easily. I saw you take on Magneto and Azazel and come out on top. With you, Jean and Colossus, there shouldn't it have been impossible?" Ororo asked. "This time our opponent isn't to be underestimated. He has several powerful demons on his side. Not to mention complete authority over this dimension. He doesn't know we're here for now, since I managed to cloak our presence from his eyes. But he can still find us. Don't forget, every demon in Limbo answers to him." "Things aren't so simple," I said. "I don't know, bub, it sounds simple enough to me. We kill everything that comes our way, and if that doesn't work, we keep trying until it dies," Wolverine said. "I would normally disagree with you, comrade, but this time I find your ideas appealing," Colossus said. "I know what I am talking about. Took me a long time to learn this. There's nothing wrong with going out and doing what you gotta do. Especially when family is involved," Wolverine said. "Though, these villains cannot be allowed to escape," Colossus said. While Wolverine and Colossus were bonding, Jean and I were busy scanning our surroundings. Jean used her telepathy, while I used my magical senses trying to detect any enemies. I could feel that the ether here is much thicker than that of Earth, allowing for a greater spectrum of magical powers and effects. Kurt was our scout. His teleportation was especially useful in this terrain. To those within Limbo, it appeared roughly analogous to a desert, with a solid surface at one Earth gravity and a sky devoid of stars. It all just looked like a wasteland. We eventually came upon a small wandering imp. I quickly captured it and decided to read its mind to get some intel. I found out that the demons in Limbo spoke in a language called the demonic script. Unfortunately, the demon could only speak a few words, and when asked about Belasco's whereabouts, its mind only gave faint impressions. I was only able to confirm that we were heading in the right direction. After 6 hours of walking, we managed to find an abandoned cave. We couldn't walk around forever, and some of the team members needed some rest. It's getting dark. Let's set up camp here, and continue tomorrow, I said. They all quickly agreed, and we found ourselves setting up some tents inside the cave. We woke up the next morning and decided to continue on ahead. Be careful, that imp had this area marked as a danger zone in its mind. I am also sensing a lot of spatial turbulence from this area. Keep your eyes peeled, I warned. Eventually, we reached the danger zone. I could feel spatial rifts all around us. Anything could be waiting to attack. We were all on constant guard. Look out! I shouted, darting forward. I reached Rogue's side just as the demon unleashed its blast. As if on cue, chaos erupted all around us. Numerous demons appeared out of the spatial rifts. It seemed the demons were using the rifts as hideouts, waiting for prey to come strolling through. I began slashing left and right with my vibranium sword. I had given each member a sword imbued with light force energy. I also imbued Wolverine's claws and Colossus's metal form. Deep wounds and slashes healed almost as quickly as they were inflicted, but severed limbs and heads were another matter. Soon bodies were falling all around us, and stayed unmoving where they lay. I risked a glance from the corner of my eye, and saw the rest of my team battling beside me. Nightcrawler dodged and ducked, teleporting around the attacks with ease, slashing into demons with his vibranium sword. Jean threw out her arm, and an invisible wave crashed into an entire line of attackers. Flaming crimson fire formed from thin air, burning those demons alive. She unleashed the full force of her phoenix fire on a flight of flying imps, incinerating them. And still, there were more. Colossus was pounding his way through the monsters methodically. Logan's words from before remained in his head. He slammed 2 imps together so hard they fused into a single dead creature. Countless bodies lie strewn about him, and several times he found himself nearly slipping on the itcher that seemed to coat everything. He grabbed the arm of a black-colored fiend and used it as a flail to clear some room around him, dashing the thing to pieces in the process. He flung the last remaining limb at a 14-foot-tall demon that had just emerged from the portal, hitting it in the face and sending it toppling over. Wolverine lived for moments like this, as much as he hated to admit it. His claws left green, purple and black streaks of blood arcing through the surrounding air, as he sunk further into a feral state. His own blood flowed from numerous cuts, bites, and scratches, nothing too bad, nothing his healing talent couldn't cope with. He sliced one of the dog things in half, even as he kicked a goat legs in the midsection, setting up its decapitation with his next strike. He felt a slight atmospheric overpressure, and dropped to the ground, sweeping the legs from out under an imp as he did so. A split second later, one of Storm's lightning bolts came streaming by less than a foot over his prone body, disintegrating most of his current batch of playmates. "Hey Storm! How about a heads up next time?" he shouted. "Sorry, Logan. Didn't see you among the creepy crawlies," Storm responded. Jean cut in. "It isn't her fault, Logan. I've been trying to patch into you for the last minute. You are nearly impossible to reach in your berserker state." Hours passed, or perhaps only minutes, it was all the same through the battle haze. But little by little, the lines of attackers began to thin out. And then eventually there was only silence. Rogue stood with her sword clutched in her hands, panting heavily as she surveyed the horizon littered with bodies, looking for more attackers. Blood trickled from a set of claw marks on her cheek, each breath ached from a punch that had broken through her guard, bruising her ribs. But somehow, miraculously, she had managed to escape without serious injury. We were all exhausted from our fight and were panting heavily. Colossus between breaths suddenly said, "Ah, things were so much simpler back in the collective." Chapter end. After all, the first thing a sorcerer of quality learns is to make himself as difficult to kill as possible. Loki Laufisen, Earth 616. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 30 comments. Vote. Chapter 62, Infiltration. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Enjoy winking smiley. We decided to rest for a bit, after our battle. It was still unsafe to let our guards down, so Jean created a large ring of phoenix fire around us. The cleansing flames should keep any stragglers away or those still looking for an easy meal. We can't keep going like this. I doubt we will have enough energy to fight by the time we get to where Kitty and Ileana are, Storm said. She's right, we can't keep this up, we'll be easy pickings by the time we find them, Wolverine said. I may have a way. I can try and perform a locator spell Kitty, but... I said. But what? Rogue said. He'll know we're here. And there is no telling what he'd do once he knows. I said. Bub, the way I see, it's only a matter of time before he does. We can handle whatever he throws at us, Wolverine said. I looked around and found that the rest of the team was in agreement. They all had determined looks on their faces, ready to do whatever it takes. Fine. Just give me a moment, I said. I started conjuring magical formulas to perform my locator spell. The air was so thick with ether, that if it weren't how familiar I was with Kitty's magic, it would have been almost impossible. It was faint, but I finally found her. They're located 600 kilometers to the east. We're going to have to get there fast. I had to break through a few protective spells to get a lock on their location, I said. I turned towards Jean and communicated to her telepathically. Jean, you carry Colossus and Wolverine. I'll carry Rogue and Kurt. We'll fly the rest of the way there. I then looked towards Storm. Can you create a sphere around us to reduce air resistance? Yes, I can. But not for long, a couple of hours at best, she said. That'll be enough, I said. Storm then used her powers to create an air sphere big enough to surround us all. I telekinetically picked up Rogue and Kurt, while Jean did the same with Colossus and Wolverine. Storm could already fly, so she started floating on her own. Whoa! Whoa! What's happening? Kurt said. We're taking the Limbo Express. Hang on, I said. Wolverine growled in response. He probably figured out what we were trying to do, but simply didn't like it. I think I even faintly heard him muttering something about him hating flying. Kurt panickedly shouted, "Hang on to what?" We then blasted off to the sky, flying hundreds of miles per hour towards the castle. All that could be heard was Kurt screaming in German and the occasional growling coming from Wolverine. Back at the castle. Insolent insects. Did you think that you could hide from me? I'll strip your souls from your bodies. Belasco shouted before he teleported in the sky towards where he felt their energy signatures. He could see them heading towards where his castle was. A vicious smile emerged on his face as he thought of an idea. He then opened dozens of teleportation discs in the sky right towards where they were heading. He planned on shredding them to pieces by prematurely closing the teleportation discs once they were halfway through them. Look out! Doug suddenly shouted. Reacting quickly, Jean diverted their flight path out of the oncoming portals. She was almost successful as they managed to dodge the teleportation discs. What they didn't account for was a magical ray blasting them out of the sky. Jean and Doug momentarily lost their concentration, causing their friends to get blown away, separated by the force of the blast. Belasco fired a few more rays at them, while they were still in midair. Jean, in a last-ditch effort trying to save her friends, diverted them out of the way of the magical rays. Unfortunately, though, each of them got thrown away towards one of the still open portals. Wolverine and Colossus got thrown through the same portal, while Aurora and Rogue got thrown through another. Kurt tried teleporting away but was met with another ray from Belasco. Having no other choice, he blocked it using his sword, only to be blasted towards one of the other portals. Belasco tried to close the portal, trying to cut Kurt in half, but before he could, he was met with a crimson fireball to the face and an electric bolt. Jean and Doug engaged Belasco in an aerial battle. They were secretly worried about their friends and wanted to go look for them. But for now, they had a tricky opponent to fight. Belasco then laughed ominously and said, "You made a mistake by coming here. I am the Sorcerer Supreme of this dimension. You should have just stayed on Earth and waited for your deaths. The Dark Guild is mine, and using her, I shall usher in a new era. An era where the Elder Gods walk among us." As Jean and Doug were busy listening to Belasco reveal his plan, the rest of the X-Men were stranded elsewhere. They were especially worried about Nightcrawler since they saw him fall through a portal all by himself. There was no one with him to watch his back. So he was in the most danger. There's no telling what could happen to him. Now, SYM was used to people screaming. Being a heavily muscled 8-foot-tall purple demon usually gets you screams, but this guy's screams seemed to be warning him of something. "Ah!" he screamed in SYM's face. "Ah?" SYM asked cautiously. The guy agreed, pointing his sword back the way he came. A huge malformed demon head burst through the foliage and roared loud enough to make the ground tremble. Behind him, hordes of smaller, but still large demons were following him. "Ah!" SYM and the new guy screamed in agreement, before running away. They'd gained a little time on the horde, but the shaking ground let them know that it wasn't nearly enough. It quickly became apparent to SYM that there was no way they were going to outrun the horde for long. They were going to have to make a stand, and as he realized that time was now. "Damn it!" the boy yelled. "I was hoping they'd get tired or distracted. I've been teleporting every 4 hours and that big one keeps finding me." SYM laughed. "It's because of your smell. You smell like brimstone," which happens to be his favorite meal. I don't suppose you know how to use that thing, he said, pointing at the sword Kurt held. Sure, but I can't get through his skin, much less hit anything vital, Kurt answered. The enchantment that Cypher put on the sword ran out a while ago. If it weren't for that I wouldn't be in this kind of situation, Kurt thought. Then let me have first crack at it with the sword, Sym suggested. Kurt shrugged and handed him the sword. Normally he wouldn't trust a demon he'd just met, or any demon really, but being chased by a giant demonic beast for hours had a way of bringing people together. Ever since he got separated from his group, he's been running away from demons. Sym shifted his cigar to the left side of his mouth and held the sword in his right hand by the tip, as if it were just a large dagger, and waited. As the massive reptile-like demon roared onto the scene, Sym's arm snapped forward, launching the sword like an amazingly bright dart, right into its chest. The massive demon keeled over with a thud that shook Kurt from his feet, and only Sym's tail allowed him to stay upright. Wow! Kurt stared at Sym, majorly impressed, until he noticed Sym looked even more stunned than he was. Fuck me! I can't believe that worked, Sym mumbled. You didn't think it would work? Kurt asked weakly. Nah, I like playing darts and I figured we were probably dead anyway, so why not try and put its eye out? You nailed it in the heart, Kurt pointed out. Yeah, I suck at darts, Sym said. Van Ve tells his story, let's claim it was the plan all along, Kurt suggested. Yeah, sounds a lot more impressive that way, Sym agreed. Kurt Wagner, but you can call me Nightcrawler, Kurt offered, while holding his hand out. Sym replied with a grin. So, what do we do now? Kurt asked. Sym looked at him. Now you're going to tell me what a young demon like yourself is doing here. It isn't a smart idea to be running around the boss's castle. If he saw you he'd probably kill you. What? He said. Sym scratched his head confusedly and said, what are you doing here, anyway? It's true we don't get many Nyafim here, but I can tell by the blue skin and tail. You guys smell like your home dimension, so it's not hard to tell where you're from. Are you lost or something? Sorry, but I have no idea what you're talking about or where I am. Besides, I am not a demon. I'm a mutant, Kurt said. Yep. Okay, now the dimension you're in is called Limbo, but there are a bunch that are called that. Normally they are formed by some evil wizard using massive magics. The evil wizard controls his Limbo dimension by force of will and usually grabs a bunch of people to mutate into servants or for fun. Evil wizards tend to be dicks like that. Anyway, Belasco is the evil wizard who rules this Limbo, and I happen to run this section for him. Sym looked at Kurt and waited until he nodded, showing he understood before continuing. Come on, let's head to the castle. If you listen to my orders, I can make you my minion. You know not everybody is lucky as you, most. Kurt was dazed for a moment before he said. What the hell is going on? Chapter end. I haven't beaten a man with his own leg since Carter was in office, but I still remember how. Mystique. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 24 comments. Vote. Chapter 63, Desperate Times. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Enjoy, winking smiley. P.S. Please stone me to death. Third-person POV. Cypher grit his teeth as he kept blasting that crazy bastard with fire and lightning. Belasco just kept laughing maniacally, whilst matching his every shot. He decided to engage him in close quarters combat since long-range combat didn't seem to work. If it were to turn into a battle of attrition, he'd definitely lose. Unlike Belasco, he didn't have a whole dimension to draw on for his magic. He took out his vibranium sword and channeled as much light force energy into it as he could. The sword started glowing and Belasco could faintly feel some danger from the sword. Stay back, if you get a chance to create an opening, do it. Cypher communicated to Jean telepathically. Cypher charged in, his blade now a blur as it swept up toward Belasco. It sliced empty air, barely missing the edge of his cloak as he sidestepped. Cypher shifted his weight, and his sword responded, flashing left after Belasco. He had him on the defensive. Belasco conjured his own sword and blocked blow after blow, sometimes getting up his sword at just the last instant. Cypher's barrage of blows drove Belasco back, step by step until he had him cornered. Belasco snorted in derision and said, "This isn't a fight between swordsmen, it's a fight between sorcerers." Belasco suddenly struck out with his tail towards his neck. Cypher successfully blocked the sneak attack. At that moment Belasco unsummoned his sword and blasted Cypher point blank in the chest. The blast took out a chunk of Cypher's side. His right arm and side were completely gone. "Doug!" Jean screamed telepathically. Jean was watching the battle between Doug and Belasco. She could see Doug was winning and had Belasco on the ropes. It all happened in an instant. Things were going well and Doug suddenly had his right side blown off. Jean exploded into anger and a phoenix cry that caused all of Limbo to tremble sounded out. Doug was in immense pain but used this moment to strike out with his sword trying to decapitate Belasco. Aura! Belasco barely managed to dodge, but he didn't come out unscathed. His right eye and ear were sliced off. A horizontal gash could be seen on the side of his face. "You brought the Phoenix's avatar," Belasco bellowed out while holding his hand over his wound. He looked more concerned about Jean's identity more so than he was about his own injury. "What's it to you, you one-armed bastard? Are you afraid?" Cypher mocked. Cypher's right side was glowing red, and his arm was starting to regenerate. It didn't stop the pain he was in though. Belasco grimaced as he noticed Cypher had a regeneration factor too. His own face was regenerating too, albeit at a slower pace. The expression on his face might have been a scowl if he had been a little less ugly. But with the way he was injured, he looked more like a frowning cyclops. "Get away from him!" Jean shouted. She was surrounded by her phoenix fire and her burning manifestation of her psychic power could be felt through the very air. This cosmic fire under her control could exist in any conditions, even the impossible ones such as in the vacuum of space. This fire didn't require oxygen to burn and burned so intensely that the surrounding matter was consumed without byproducts such as ash. Belasco instinctively knew, if that fire even touched him he would die. Not even the immortality granted to him by the elder gods could even save him. His very soul would burn away. There's no coming back from that. Deciding it was better to retreat, for now, Belasco opened a portal and escaped back to his castle. It looked like he was going to have to accelerate his plans. POV end. "Doug, are you okay? Your arm. Don't worry, just give it a minute and it'll grow back. I spent a lot of energy fighting him, so it's going to take a while. Let's go rest for a bit," I said. We quickly found a cave to rest in, while my arm grew back. We also needed some time to plan out our next moves. So, what are we going to do now? Should we keep going to the castle or go look for the team first? Jean asked. I don't think we have time for that. I saw that look in his eyes before he escaped. He was afraid of your cosmic fire. I think that's our only chance of killing him. The elder gods endowed him with immortality and invulnerability. It's almost impossible to kill him in this dimension. I said. But I saw you injure him before he escaped, Jean said. I was betting on light force energy being able to hurt him since he's a demon and all. But, it's not enough to kill him. He was wary of my sword, but he didn't seem to fear it. I said. So why do you think I'd be able to kill him? She asked. The Phoenix Force represents the forces of destruction and rebirth. You've been unconsciously holding back. The flames can be only as strong as you want them to be. It was once said that its cosmic flames can be used to incinerate planets with them or bathe a planet in their cosmic radiance and give it new life. I said. Won't I have to channel more of its power? If I were to lose control? She said. I gently held her hand to comfort her. I knew she still feared her own power. A part of her was rejecting the Phoenix. It was part of the reason why she was unconsciously holding back all the time. I once told you I'll always be there when you need me the most. Just do your best and I'll be there to support you. You're stronger than you can ever imagine, Jean. If you can't believe in yourself, then believe in the me that believes in you. I said. Jean couldn't help but take comfort in Doug's warm presence. The care and concern in his eyes were genuine, without pity or fear. As she gazed into them, he pulled her into a light embrace. She felt him shift her body, so she was now lying on top of him. He was still tracing her soft hands with his own. Their faces were so close together she could feel the heat coming from him. His extremis healing factor was working overtime to heal him. His lips meeting hers was just what she needed after this whole ordeal. The kiss soon deepened as their touching became more passionate. Jean lovingly raked her soft hands over his upper body, gliding through his thick hair and feeling around his warm flesh. Doug continued feeling up the curves of her body, tracing along her smooth skin and paying extra attention to her hips. Through these gestures, their kissing and touching became more desperate. It wasn't long before their affectionate gestures eventually gave way to a more potent expression of love. Elsewhere, the air was freezing cold while the sky was black. There were no stars, no moon. Just the never-ending darkness above him. He could hear the shouts and screams of some that hadn't been fast enough. Gunshots echoed through the streets like cars during rush hour. The smell of fire, blood and corpses seemed to be everywhere. Still, he couldn't care less, he didn't care at all. He merely jumped from one person to another. Their screams while he tore them apart, with his claws only fueled his bloodlust even more. When Logan woke up, he was in a cell. It was bright and clean. And had what looked like force shield walls for bars. The last thing he remembered was falling along with Colossus through some kind of portal. It was probably that demon bastard that blasted them right out of the sky. Logan was confused. He figured he'd find himself out in the middle of nowhere, probably in that endless wasteland called Limbo. This situation was certainly out of his expectations. Instead of a dingy old cell that was dirty and had a dirt floor, it was advanced. The glow of the force shield wall left an eerie glow in the nighttime darkness of the dungeon. Logan knows how to escape the cells with bars. Or just a door in a room. He'd just tear it apart using his claws. Looking around, he spots many cells like his own through the invisible cell walls. He could also see prison guards standing outside his cell. "Hey! Who the hell are you people? And where the hell am I?" he shouted. The guards ignored him and acted as if they couldn't hear him. "Fine, you don't wanna play nice," he said with a growl. He extended his claws and began attacking the force field. He kept hacking at the force field. He was suddenly interrupted by a voice that said, "Your claws are sharp, but sharpness doesn't really matter because you can't cut through a force field." Logan turned towards the voice and said in his deep gravelly voice, "Who are you, people? I think I should be the one asking that question, mortal." The voice answered. Chapter end. If you cage the beast will get angry. Wolverine. I already have 10 plus advanced chapters ready for those who wish to read ahead on my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 17 comments. Vote. Chapter 64, Corruption. For 10 plus advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And my new MHA fanfic, Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon /a/enid why people care about power stones, but I guess I should too. Anyways, give me your stones. Or give me death. Wait. That's not right, I mean give me freedom or give me death. And some stones. Enjoy winking smiley. In an unknown location. Aurora, I'm getting tired, think we could make camp. Aurora turned and studied Rogue for a minute. Her face was grubby, her brown hair was a matted mess, the white bangs stained with muck. She looked awful. Rogue was slightly injured from Belasco's sneak attack. It could have been considerably worse, if Aurora hadn't cushioned their fall using her powers. After they were shot out of the sky, Aurora and Rogue found themselves in what could only be described as a tropical paradise, except for the obvious gigantic tracks of either birds or lizards of some kind. They quickly figured they weren't in limbo anymore. It was highly unlikely that this place could exist in that wasteland. Aurora could feel a strong connection to the earth. She couldn't explain it, but it felt like they were back on Earth. Normally she wouldn't be able to tell the difference, but her trip to Limbo made her aware of her connection to Earth. Compared to back there, the difference was day and night. A roar that shook the earth reverberated across the jungle. Both Aurora and Rogue turned to see the source of the roar. Standing atop the hill was a giant figure, but it was by no means something so simple as a monster or even a demon. It was massive, at least tens of meters long, with gigantic razor-sharp teeth and leathery skin, similar to a crocodile's. It was a dinosaur. "Are you sure we're back on Earth? Because last time I checked, we didn't have one of those running around," Rogue said. "I am sure," Aurora answered tensely. "Then how do you explain why we're being chased by an overgrown lizard?" Rogue said. "It's possible we've been transported back to the past," Aurora said. Their situation was truly awful. They didn't know it at the time, but back when they fell out of the portal, they happened to land on top of a nest. The Tyrannosaurus that happened to be just coming back from hunting, found them and immediately attacked them. Aurora tried zapping it with electricity, but it only seemed to make it angrier. Its hide was too thick. She could probably kill it, if she tried hard enough, but then they'd draw even more attention to their location. And possibly even more could show up. "I think we're far enough, it can't find us anymore. Let's rest for a bit," Aurora said. They found a vacant cave, and Ororo decided on making a makeshift fireplace from the small sticks and leaves that littered the cave's floor. Eventually she had a small fire going, and she fed the dry leaves into the leaping flames. Rogue decided to get some sleep, while Ororo stayed up to keep watch. It wasn't wise to let their guards down. Unbeknownst to them, several humanoid figures were hiding in the shadows. They were slowly closing in around the cave's entrance. Limbo. We were finally here. We had just arrived at the castle. I casted a cloaking spell on both of us, to hide us while we searched through the castle. We eventually found a large room. In this wide room was an altar. As we approached the altar, the cloaking spell I had casted to hide us suddenly disappeared. I could feel my magic power weaken the moment I stepped into the altar. We found Ileana in the middle of a magic formation floating above a silver pentagram, unconscious. Belasco had his eyes closed and was standing in the middle of the formation chanting a spell. Smoke was rising from her body and solidifying into demons. I tried to reach Ileana, punching a demon to clear a path, but that demon also dissolved. Other demons grabbed me and tried to restrain me. I used every spell at my disposal to break through the swarm of demons, and I launched myself onto the magic formation. We suddenly heard a shout of surprise from behind us. We turned around only to see Kurt running towards. Kurt! Jean and I shouted in surprise. What are you doing here? Jean questioned. That's not important right now, quick, we have to get out of here. Kurt said. Why, what's going on? I said. Belasco, whoa. Before Kurt could answer, he was grabbed from behind and dragged towards the ceiling by a large, grey-furred cat. It was clearly not a cat, though. Held on the ceiling, Kurt pivoted, kicking the cat creature. They both dropped to the floor, Kurt landing on both feet while using a hand to brace herself and the cat creature landing on all fours. The creature then launched itself at Kurt, and they both started fighting. Jean then turned to Ileana, who was being held by the Belasco. Worse yet, her figure was turning demonic as Belasco seemed to be corrupting her into his own image. Quick, we have to stop him, before it's too late. I shouted. Jean lost her temper then, as one thought only went through her mind. What happened to me won't happen to anyone else ever again. I won't let anyone else be turned into a puppet. She summoned her phoenix fire and launched it at Belasco. Belasco groaned in pain as he felt the backlash of his spell being disrupted. He then gazed in horror as a furious Jean charged at him with her phoenix fire. Desperate, he summoned two figures using his magic, a giant purple demon, and another one that looked like a giant humanoid lizard. Stall them. I need time to summon the Dark Killed. Belasco roared in anger. Sym laughed. You're that strange magus, and that fire chick. Boss said you'd eventually show up here. Enister, silence you oaf, this isn't the time for idle chatter. I'll hold up the Phoenix host, you handle the magus. Enister didn't wait for Sym to answer and immediately engaged Jean in combat. It was obvious he was only trying to stall her. Every time Jean would send a psychic blast or try and burn him with her phoenix fire, he would counter her with either an energy bolt or some sort of magical barrier. The barriers would immediately start burning up on contact with the fire, but he would immediately create another barrier to replace it. It seems he had already formed some kind of strategy in advance. On the other hand, my opponent wouldn't stop talking. He kept blabbering on and on about this and that. Talking about his master's plans and how smart he was when he lured Kurt and trapped him in the castle. I didn't know why he was telling me all this, Maybe it's a bad guy thing. Every time they feel like they've got the upper hand, they would just start bragging. What did you just say? I shouted, interrupting his speech. He gave me a vicious smile. What? About Master's new pet. She was acting up, so he decided to turn her into one of his creatures. That Nephilim is to become one too. I turned towards the battle ongoing behind me. I didn't notice it at first. But that cat-like demon that's fighting Nightcrawler was wearing the same clothes Kitty was wearing when she was taken. My eyes turned bloodshot with rage. Lightning started arcing off of me in an erratic fashion. I flashed over to where Sym was hiding behind one of Enestria's barriers. Before he could react, I broke through the barrier like it was made out of paper. He didn't seem to be afraid, on the contrary, he seemed to be quite happy. I guessed by his reaction that for him a long-distance battle would probably be too disadvantageous. He was probably counting on his superior strength to take me down. Most sorcerers were weak in regards to their physical aspects. Sym possessed great superhuman strength. He was stronger than Colossus and physically he was almost invulnerable. Sadly for him, I wasn't most sorcerers. Before he could react, I plunged my Chi-infused fist right into his stomach. He roared in pain and his hand instinctively went towards my head, trying to tear it off. I didn't retreat and instead poured as much power as I could into his open wound. Scorching heat from my Extremis virus and a fully charged venom blast were compacted and pumped right into his body. He exploded into a gory mess of purple flesh. I didn't waste time, and immediately headed towards Kurt's battle. Kitty managed to catch Kurt off guard and phased his right foot into the ground. Kurt was shouting in pain and was moments away from being skewered by Kitty's clawed fist. I arrived just in time to block a fatal blow and used my other hand to overload her nervous system using a venom blast. She passed out and collapsed to the ground. I helped Kurt by digging his foot out of the ground and gave Kitty to him. Take her and teleport out of the castle. Things are about to get messy, I said. That is what I've been trying to tell you. Every time I try and teleport out I end up back here in the castle, he said. He was laying a trap for you guys, he knew you'd come. I heard them talking about their plan and tried to warn you. He continued. At least get her out of this room, I said. Kurt gave me a nod and ran out of the ritual room carrying Kitty. I joined Jean in battle and together we were able to quickly defeat Enestri. I could see Ileana's astral form. Belasco had pulled her soul out of her body. Her soul was visibly starting to turn demonic. Visible features like horns and a tail were beginning to form. He was trying to taint Ileana's soul. And it seems he had succeeded. Chapter end. If you're not Black Cat, then I'm done. But first, the Olsen twins, good, evil, or part of the elaborate CIA plot. Deadpool. 410 plus advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And my new MHA fanfic, Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon / comment. 28 comments. Vote. Chapter 65, Conclusion. 410 plus advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And my new MHA fanfic, Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon / enid why people care about power stones, but I guess I should too. Anyways, give me your stones. Or Cypher gets NTR, JK. I'll start releasing chapters of my new fic on web novel in a couple of weeks, so stay tuned. Enjoy, winking smiley. Is it not gorgeous? Delightfully pure and unspoiled, even Kitty Pryde wasn't this innocent. This piece of Ileana's soul, completely made into my own image. Belasco said. You sick bastard. I said, grinding my teeth. We were both itching to tear him into pieces. I didn't realize it at the time, but something seemed to be wrong with me and Jean. Can you feel it? Your soul slowly being corrupted, your sense of reason wasting away. How did it feel, when you killed Sym and Enestri? Do you want to kill me too? He taunted. Jean summoned a fireball into her hand, she was staring daggers at Belasco. You said my fire can kill him. Go save Ileana and leave him to me. Jean suddenly said. It's useless. She's bound to me body and soul, and through me, to my dread lords. She is the perfect instrument through which my masters the elder gods, will extend their dominion first to Earth and then to our entire universe. Belasco said. I will not allow it. Jean shouted. Empty words, woman, in this dimension you're no match for me. Jean calmed down. He's trying to goad you into attacking him. He's expecting it, it's probably a trap. I communicated telepathically to Jean. My warnings seemed to fall on two deaf ears. Jean was ignoring me, and I could feel some slight pressure from her. This is not good, she's too emotional and the Phoenix is just making it worse. I thought. I started channeling some light force energy, to help calm my mind. My head was starting to clear, and I could feel my reason slowly returning. I began analyzing our current situation. It seemed Belasco had a plan. And it all depended on whether or not Jean took the bait. I could see that Jean was moments away from attacking him, the only thing holding her back was my constant warnings. I could feel her unconsciously shutting off our telepathic link, and losing herself to bloodlust. TCH, it seems I have no choice, better I spring the trap. I thought. I immediately casted a flare spell using light force energy. Belasco screeched in pain, and involuntarily shielded his eyes. I rushed in and snatched Ileana from right under his nose. He was still holding on to a part of Ileana's soul, so I cut off his hand. It all happened in less than a second, and before any of them realized it. I was back standing next to Jean. The light slowly died down, and Belasco could be seen bleeding from his stump. I gave him a smirk. Can't cast a spell without any arms, can you? He was staring at me hatefully, and if looks could kill, let's just say I'd be already dead. His arm was slowly starting to regenerate, but he was still keeping his distance. His plan failed spectacularly, and I already had Ileana in my arms. It just goes to show how useful pure speed can be against sorcerers. He was more wary of Jean than he was of me, which led him to be careless. He probably didn't expect my speed, since I purposely hid it in our previous fight. My spidey sense made it impossible for anyone to catch me off guard. I let him injure me back there, so he would underestimate me the next time we clashed. In his mind, my threat level was under Jean's, since I didn't have the means to permanently put him down. I handed Ileana to Jean and telepathically communicated. Follow my lead, but don't kill him. We still have to find out what he did to Ileana and if we can reverse it. Before she could answer, I flashed over to Belasco. His pupils dilated in fear, and I could see him trying to speak. Everything was moving in slow motion except for me. My perception was boosted to 3 times its normal speed. My perception ability was already heightened due to my spider physiology. Add that to my lightning Kai mode, passive boost, and you get one fast motherfucker. I called this state bullet time. Why? He didn't even get to finish his sentence before I separated his head from his body. Burn his body, I communicated to Jean. Belasco's head started to scream in agony. Jean had a slightly uncomfortable look on her face, but she did as she was told. It seems she sobered up from whatever trance she was in. You filth! I'll kill you all! Ah! His screams were starting to annoy me, so I used a venom blast to knock him out. Jean suddenly sighed. Well, that was anticlimactic. I was keeping it as a trump card, until we found Kitty and Ileana. I had to make sure we could safely rescue them, before I made my move. Long drawn-out battles would have been too disadvantageous to us. And even with your fire, you're still not an expert on controlling it. I can think of probably a few ways to counter them, not to mention Belasco. You saw how Ennester held you off, even though he was weaker than Belasco. I said. Still, you could have let me in on the plan. She said. Your mind was too influenced by this environment. You weren't actively trying to resist it, and you being an empath isn't particularly helping it. I said. I understand, but still, next time try and let me know what you got planned. She said. Guys, is it over? We heard Kurt's voice coming from the entrance. He was still holding on to Kitty's demonic form. Peeking his head through the door. Yeah, Kurt, it's finally over. I said. After that whole rescue mission fiasco, I opened a portal back to the sanctum. I had the Ancient One take a look over Kitty's and Ileana's conditions. Although we spent a few days in limbo, several hours have merely passed back on Earth. Logan, Piotr, Ororo and Rogue were still missing. Although I was slightly anxious, I wasn't as concerned when it came to those four. Simply put, I believed in their strength. Logan was a hard bastard to kill. Piotr was as tough as they came, Ororo was a powerhouse given the right conditions, and Rogue wasn't to be underestimated. What concerned me the most, whether or not they landed on a faraway planet. Interstellar travel was still an issue, and several years of research were still needed, before we came up with something decent. Of course, if I were to obtain a spaceship, things would definitely move along much faster. I had already checked Limbo, and it's as I feared, they weren't on Limbo anymore. Portals in Limbo could lead to another planet, or even different times like the past, or even the future. A parallel Earth or even other dimensions weren't too out of the question. I sent Jean to the mansion to explain things to them. It would probably be best if they were informed as fast as possible. There was no use in hiding it, and it would probably help more if we had several people looking. I couldn't exactly scour the whole multiverse, past, present and future. On my end, I had Sophie and Diana use facial recognition software to search for them. I also informed them to include past records as well. The Ancient One told me that with the convergence, Limbo was starting to stabilize a bit, so extremes cases of time dilation and time travel would be minimal, but still one had to be cautious. Still, getting the professor to look for them using Cerebro wasn't a bad idea. Although I heavily disliked the guy, their disappearance could be partly blamed on me, since I was the one that requested their assistance in the first place. I was also starting to get a bit worried, especially over Kitty's condition. Even after I knocked Kitty out, she didn't revert to her original human appearance, but remained in that demonic cat-like state Belasco had turned her into. Ileana's condition was also a major concern. I sealed Belasco's head and kept him in my storage bag, in case he was still the truth about being connected to Ileana's soul. I didn't particularly believe him, but it was better to be safe than sorry. although Ileana's outer appearance was still human. I could feel something deeply wrong with her, even more so than I did with Kitty. It didn't make any sense, but it felt like whatever Belasco did to her was even more twisted than what he did to Kitty. It's fortunate that Kitty was a sorcerer, and that you brought her to me so soon. If you were a day or two late, it would have been impossible to reverse it. The Ancient One said. I sighed a bit in relief. What exactly did he do to her? He changed the shape of her soul to that of a demon. She said. I frowned a bit in confusion and asked. Only her soul? Yes, the physical appearance you're seeing is merely a result of what he did. Instead of thinking of the soul as the water that takes the shape of the container. In this case, the soul being the water, and the body being the container. Think of it more along the lines of the soul being the core and the body is merely taking shape around it. She explained. So, this can be reversed? I asked. Yes, I want you to use your light force energy to slow down the demonic corruption, while I'll use the time stone to reverse her soul's time. She'll lose her memories of the last few days, but I think that's a small price. She said. A small price indeed. What about Ileana thought? I asked. The Ancient One frowned in thought and said. Ileana's case seems to be a bit more complicated. How so? I said. What Belasco did to her soul was part of a ritual. He was trying to create bloodstones using the purest parts of her soul. Every time she would lose her innocence or part of what made her soul pure, would turn it into another one of those bloodstones, giving her great potential for power and allowing him to control her, she said. What use are those bloodstones for exactly? I asked. He forged a pact with extra-dimensional demonic entities known as the Mabdara, enabling them to cross the barrier to our dimension using a pentagonal arrangement of 5 bloodstones. In return, Belasco was granted immortality and immense mystical power. He was also given a demonic appearance, as he was intended to form a new race of earth-dwelling demons. She said. Should I kill him then, would that nullify the contract? I asked. It's hard to say, since I don't know the specifics of his contract. She said. I sighed in frustration over this whole situation. Demons and contracts were always a pain in the ass to deal with. I decided it was safer to keep him on ice, at least until I figured out what my safest option was. I'll return to Limbo and see what I can find. He probably has a library somewhere in that castle of his. Maybe I can find something about the ritual, and how to reverse it in one of his grimoires. I said. I bade the Ancient One farewell, and returned to the citadel, castle. I cleared it out of the demons, still left behind, and set up several wards to keep any more from getting in. It took me a while before I found his library, and although most of them were written in the demonic scripture, I could easily read them. I found a section called Soul Magic, and figured I'd start there. Fortunately, as long as I stayed in Limbo, time was on my side. Chapter end. My name is Logan, but most people know me as Wolverine. I'm the best there is at what I do. But what I do best isn't very nice. Wolverine, Earth 616. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And my new MHA fanfic, Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon/Anubis Creations. Comment. 33 comments. Vote. Chapter 66, Announcement. Hey guys, it's been a while since I've talked to you. I wanted to get your opinion on a few things concerning the story. There are a few directions I could take this story. And I want to keep things interesting. So, I'm going to make a poll, and let democracy decide. So, vote on one of the options, or simply leave a comment with your own idea, if you don't like any of the options. A. Cypher joins the Avengers. B. Cypher participates in the Battle of New York, doesn't join the Avengers, and goes to space afterwards to build a space armada. C. Cypher increases his own strength, and takes on Thanos and his army all alone. D. Cypher makes alliances with different groups like Wakanda, Inhumans, Nova Prime, etc. to fight Thanos. Comment here if you have any better suggestions. I promise to read every single one. Obviously the final decision is mine, but I'd like to hear your thoughts about it, since at the end of the day I'm writing it for you guys. Comment. 140 comments. Vote. Chapter 67, The Savage Lands. /n. Thank you all for voting. I read through every comment, and took all of your suggestions into consideration. Most of you advocated for a combination of a/B or C/D, some even for all four choices. I now have a solid plan for what I should do for the Avengers and post-Avengers arc. I hope you'll enjoy today's chapter, and don't forget to tell me what you guys think in the comments. P.S. The author is a masochist, so don't forget to stone him to death with your power stones. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And my new MHA fanfic, Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon / Enjoy winking smiley. Belasco's library was colorful to say the least. Curse magic, soul magic, blood magic and much more. I found that although most of this stuff was considered evil, it didn't take away from the fact that from one perspective it could also be considered brilliant in its own way. The magical tomes contained within the library were partly a result of Belasco's own research and efforts. His plan hinged on corrupting pure souls and then using those corrupted souls to turn them into bloodstones. Those bloodstones would then be used to open a portal to the human world, where demons and interdimensional beings could freely invade and conquer Earth. It was just your run-of-the-mill, world domination plan. Completely unoriginal. Frankly, I'd give it a 5 out of 10. The crux of the matter though was the fact that he couldn't simply use any soul. The soul being pure wasn't the only criteria. He could have easily kidnapped a few newborns and his plan would have succeeded long ago. He needed souls with a high aptitude for magic. I understand now that Ileana's aptitude for magic was incredibly high. It wouldn't be too out of the question if she were to become the next Sorcerer Supreme. After going through most of the books, I happened to find an interesting piece of information pertaining to what could be considered Limbo's core. Belasco has been here for centuries, so it wasn't surprising that he had information on Prometheum. According to what was written in the book I found, Prometheum could be found in one of Limbo's deepest caverns. Coincidentally, the only way to access this deep cavern was through a portal located in the castle's dungeons. It was heavily warded and could only be accessed by Belasco himself. I decided to take a look at it later, and headed back home. I was in Limbo for a week, which translated to only a few hours on Earth. Although Kitty's and Ileana's conditions were stable, reversing what Belasco did to them would definitely take time and effort. As soon as I got back, I got a phone call from Jean. It seems that they had found something. I'll meet you there. Yes, I'm taking the Quinjet, I said over the phone. Jean and the professor managed to get a lead on Storm and Rope's whereabouts. Using Cerebro, Jean's telepathic range was increased 100-fold. Scouring the globe for their telepathic signature was the best way to quickly locate them. Unless they're dead, or on another planet, finding them was only a matter of time. Jean had just informed me that the rest of the X-Men and her were a few miles away from Antarctica. I decided to take the Quinjet I acquired from S.H.I.E.L.D. It was the fastest vehicle I had on hand, at least until I built a better one. Third POV. Jean and the X-Men were heading towards where she last felt Ororo and Rogue's location. Even though they were on their way to rescue their friends, she still felt quite anxious. She was still worried about Kitty and Piotr. Kitty, her friend, was turned into a cat-like demon, like it was some kind of cruel joke. Piotr was still missing, and no matter how many times she looked for him using Cerebro, she couldn't find him, or even Logan for that matter. It meant one of two things: either they were dead or they were millions of light years away with no way to get back home. Piotr's sister Ileana was in no better condition. Judging by what Doug and the Ancient One said, she wasn't doing much better than Kitty. Her physical appearance was still the same, and she only looked to be sleeping, but Jean could somehow sense something was wrong with her. She was reluctant to admit it, but ever since she started using more of the Phoenix's powers, things which have previously seemed impossible were now possible. She didn't tell Doug about it, but back in Limbo she was injured in her fight against Enestri. She was distracted for only a second, and let her guard down. Enestri didn't let the chance go and managed to injure her left arm using his claws. She blasted him away with a psychic blast, and before she could check the damage, her wounds suddenly caught fire. And before she could react, her wounds were already healed. While Jean was lost in thought, the plane began to violently shake. "We're losing power," Cyclops shouted as he tried to pull the plane out of its impending nosedive. The plane balanced out, skimming across the treetops, crashing into a swamp, 6 seats ejecting in different directions, and the plane began to sink into a swamp. Before Jean realized it, she had already enveloped her friends in psychic shields and prevented them from blasting away too far from each other. She slowly descended to the ground and placed the professor as well the rest of the team next to her. "Thank you, Jean, you saved us back there," Cyclops said. "Yeah, thank God it would have been bad if we were separated," Nightcrawler said. "It's quite unfortunate that we didn't manage to save the plane though. Getting back home will be difficult," the professor said. "We can figure it out after we rescue Rogue and Storm. We're wasting our time just standing here," Angel said. "Guys, are you sure we're still in Antarctica? What the hell is this place?" Nightcrawler suddenly interrupted. The X-Men looked around and they could only stare in shock as the realization set in. How fascinating to think such a place existed, Beast said. His eyes then fell on some plants beside his feet. "Amazing. Most of these fauna have been extinct for millions of years," Beast exclaimed. "I'll try and get a better vantage point," Jean declared, while Beast was geeking out over plants. She flew into the air and realized how big this place truly was. The view was simply spectacular, almost something like you would find in an art museum, but the aerial view also gave Jean a reason to worry. This island was filled with different creatures, and she could even sense intelligent life forms closing in on their location. It seems the plane crash notified the locals of their whereabouts. The tribal hunters all began swarming and attacking the X-Men, but one by one Jean, who was still in the air, beat them down, breaking their spears, shattering their clubs and snapping their bows before proceeding to knock them out using her telepathy. This wasn't the time to show restraint. Jean could feel the hostility coming off them, As an empath, she could easily tell that these people planned on killing them. POV end. A few hours later I could see a snow-white desert, completely covered by an ice sheet. At its thickest, the ice was over 4 kilometers deep. Beneath the ice sheet a hidden landscape of mountains, valleys and plains. It made me think of Superman's Fortress of Solitude, a fortress made out of ice and crystals protected by the elements, situated away from prying eyes. I was taken away from my thoughts by Jean's voice. It looks like I was in range for her to establish a telepathic connection. Doug, where are you? Are you close by? I think so, I'm getting a faint signal though. We crash-landed right after we arrived. Beast thinks something interfered with the plane's electronics. Are you guys safe? I said. We're fine, but the plane is done for. I managed to shield us before we hit the ground. She said. Don't worry, the Quinjet can carry us all back, and if that doesn't work, I could just open a portal back home. I said. We also ran into a problem. Some of the locals were unhappy with our arrival. They tried attacking us, but I took care of them. Did you manage to get Rogue and Ororo's location? I asked. Yes, we're heading towards them right now, but the wildlife here is slightly problematic. The plane crash attracted a lot of attention. I can feel several groups heading towards us. She said. After Jean was done telling me about everything that happened from the time they crash-landed, to everything that happened afterwards, I found my thoughts going towards something I read about in my previous life. Sophie, find me any mention of the Savage Lands or any mention of a tropical haven located in Antarctica. I said. It only took a few minutes for Sophie to get back to me. The Savage Land, set in Antarctica at the base of the Palmer Peninsula, is a tropical prehistoric land surrounded by volcanoes. It is located at approximately 6930 s, 6830 w. The Savage Land was discovered by Lord Robert Plunder, who took back a sample of the metal known as antimetal or Antarctic vibranium with him. This mysterious metal had the ability to produce vibrations which would liquefy all other metals. Fleeing from those who sought to steal this discovery, Lord Plunder took his eldest son Kevin with him for a second trip into the Savage Land. There was no mention of him after his escape. Sophie said. So it really does exist in this universe. I thought. The Savage Land was a hidden prehistoric land appearing hidden in Antarctica. It has appeared in many story arcs like Uncanny X-Men as well as related books. I didn't know much about it, just that it existed. There was no mention of the Savage Lands in the MCU, but then again there was no mention of mutants either. All I knew about it was the fact it was filled with different mutated tribes, both human and non-human. It was filled with inhabitants like the Golden People, the Lizard Men, the Reptile Men, the Tubantis, and others. Sophie, where did you find this information? I asked. I found it in some historic databases as well as some nefarious organizations and corporations including Roxxon, S.H.I.E.L.D, etc. What? S.H.I.E.L.D. knows about it? I asked, surprised. Affirmative. It seems there were several attempts of mining vibranium in the region, but every time they would send an expedition team, they would disappear never to be heard from again. Eventually the project was scrapped and was considered a hoax. Since, the one who was said to have discovered it, has disappeared never to be seen again. She said. I bet even Fury doesn't know about it. I thought. An hour later, I arrived near the location where Jean and the X-Men landed. Sophie, take the plane back to headquarters. I'm flying the rest of the way," I said. I let Sophie take over the plane's controls and jumped off the plane. As I was falling to the ground, I could see the landscape approaching me at an increasing speed. I closed my eyes and quieted my thoughts. I could feel the incredible amount of life force contained within these lands. It was filled with so much vitality that if one was to train in using Kai in this place, their progress speed would be almost tripled than anywhere else on Earth. I took a deep breath and suddenly opened my eyes. I slowed down my descent, so that I could safely land, but it was still fast enough that I created a small crater when I landed. I turned my head towards the sky, and my eyes focused on a mountain located a few miles from my location. The sky started to darken, a storm raged around the mountain, and lightning was raining down on the mountain. It was absolute mayhem, and I had a feeling what or rather who was causing it. A loud crack of thunder brought me back to attention. Damn, I wouldn't want to be the bastard that made her this angry. I offered a silent prayer to the poor bastard's soul and immediately blasted off towards the eye of the storm. It seems things were about to get interesting. Chapter end. Madness is the emergency exit. You can just step outside, and close the door on all those dreadful things that happened. You can lock them away. Forever. Joker. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And my new MHA fanfic, Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 19 comments. Vote. Chapter 68, Wrath of Storm. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And my new MHA fanfic, Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon / Enjoy winking smiley. More humans on my island and you can fly. Most interesting. Storm felt 3 talon-like claws press into her back. Who sent you here? Shield, Roxxon. Answer me or you're going to die right here. Growled a high-pitched voice. Storm struggled to answer as the talons in her back were pinching her nerves. Nobody sent me, we ended up here by accident. She said, the talons lifted from her back. Accident? Do you think I'm stupid? He said. The stranger stomped on Storm's back very hard that a couple of her ribs cracked under the pressure. You were sent here, to steal our vibranium, weren't you? That's what you all care about, don't you? Look buddy, I have no idea what you're talking about, much less what vibranium is. I just want to leave with my friend. Storm moaned, the pain of her ribs burning and throbbing. I am Soren and this is my forest. Storm felt the talons grab her shoulders and carry her away. Storm finally caught a glimpse of her captor. He was a green pterodactyl-like creature but with teeth, claws, and human legs. She could barely focus, not to mention use her powers to get out of this situation. Both her and Rogue were ambushed and got hit with a poison dart as soon as the attack started. She quickly started losing consciousness, and it wasn't long before the world went black. Storm woke up the next day bound and in a cell. The cell was rather dim, it was made out of some kind of wood and a few guards could be seen guarding her. They were giving her unsettling looks and seemed to be barely holding themselves back. She knew what those gazes meant. The streets of Cairo taught her to be wary of those gazes. There was a small lamp every few steps, which produced a yellowish glow. She should have been more vigilant, but it couldn't be helped. Before she realized it, she was already surrounded. She could have fought her way out, but they had already captured Rogue and threatened to kill her, if she didn't comply and let herself be captured. They were certainly strange creatures, some looked more lizard-like than others. But what they all had in common was the fact that none of them seemed to be what could be considered normal. She wondered if they were a hidden civilization somewhere, perhaps an experiment gone wrong. Her first speculation seemed to be wrong, since it was impossible for prehistoric creatures to know about S.H.I.E.L.D., nonetheless speak English. She couldn't tell what to think of them, but they were certainly intelligent and more worryingly they were dangerous. Suddenly there was a large commotion, and moments later the guards left to check it out. It seems something big was happening. What's going on? Storm wondered. Storm could hear shouts of rage and fury asking for blood. Taking advantage of the commotion, and the fact that no one was keeping an eye on her, she used her powers to produce winds strong enough to break the cell's door. Crash. Free from her short-lived imprisonment, Storm decided to look for Rogue. She had no idea where to look, so she decided to check out what the whole commotion was about. Storm moved slowly towards where a large group of those mutates were gathered. They were gathered around a large hut, with their spears drawn. Storm got close enough until she could hear what they were shouting. Kill her. She killed the chief. Execute her. Burn the witch. One of the mob threw the torch in his hand at the hut. The hut's straw roof caught fire and it wasn't long before the whole thing was set aflame. No. Please. No. A voice called out, from within the hut. Storm immediately recognized the voice and knew who it was. It was Rogue. Storm without a shred of hesitation called upon a great wind. She blasted the mob away, breaking the encirclement. She rushed into the burning hut only to find Rogue crying. She was tied up to a wooden post, in the middle of the room. What was strange about the scene was the fact that she was barely wearing any clothes. Only enough to cover her modesty. The creature from before, called Soren, was lying dead beside Rogue. He had Rogue's broken power inhibitor clutched in his cold dead hand. It didn't take a genius to deduce what probably went down. Soren probably tried forcing himself upon Rogue, and got himself killed when he accidentally broke her inhibitor collar, causing her powers to activate. As soon as Rogue noticed someone entering the room, she raised her head to look at who it was. Ororo. Rogue only managed to croak out her name, before promptly passing out from the smoke. Storm quickly freed Rogue from her restraints and covered her with a cloth she found beside the bed. Rogue's powers were dormant, while she was unconscious, so Storm was able to touch her. Storm carried Rogue in her arms and slowly walked out of the hut. She could still hear the mob outside calling out for blood. Rogue had gotten closer to Storm over the last couple of years, and her heart was filled with grief over what her student went through. Rogue had started slowly coming out of her shell. Ever since Doug helped her with her powers and built her an inhibitor, she started becoming more social and even dated a few times. She only knew because Rogue had confided in her, but Rogue was still a virgin. She wanted her first time to be special, and Storm had a suspicion of whom Rogue had in mind. Rage slowly replaced her grief. Storm's eyes turned pure white as she started floating in the sky. Raising her hand slightly, she began to summon her powers. A small grey cloud began to form above her hand, growing to the size of a field. Happy with her work, Aurora moved the cloud towards the crowd, allowing rain to begin to pour over their heads. She felt a tug on her powers. Suddenly, the cloud began to grow, doubling, tripling its size in seconds. The rain pouring harder from it. She suddenly felt another surge of power, overwhelming her. Actually, it frightened her slightly. She had not felt this out of control for a long time. Not since she had first started to develop her powers. The cloud became bigger, filling the sky. The rain was pouring harder and thunder now boomed from the clouds. A harsh wind began, blowing the huts away, trees were ripped out from their roots, shouts of panic and fear drowned out by the howling winds. Goddess, have mercy! Have mercy! As the storm continued to rage, Storm's emotions were in turmoil. The cries of mercy and anguish were non-stop. A voice filled with fury came out of her. It sounded like her own voice, but at the same time it sounded somehow different. As if a different entity was speaking through her. You deserve no mercy, you shall receive none. A few minutes pass by before Storm suddenly hears a familiar voice in her mind. Ororo, stop! It's all over. A feeling of relief washed over Ororo. She recognized Jean's voice. It meant that they could finally go home. She began to try and control her breathing, trying to calm her raging emotions. She tried reaching out to the depths of her powers, to summon the storm to stop. Slowly but surely the storm began to ease, the wind, thunder and rain stopping. The cloud began to decrease in size, until it was back to its original state. With one last effort, Aurora concentrated on dismantling the cloud altogether. She slowly floated down, Rogue still in her arms. She could see Doug, Jean, Xavier, Beast, Angel, Cyclops and Nightcrawler on the ground, waiting for her. Jean went up to Storm and took Rogue from her arms. It's okay, Ororo, you can leave the rest to us. Jean said. Storm could feel a wave of exhaustion come over her. She started swaying and before she could collapse, Nightcrawler teleported behind her and supported her. Thank you, Kurt. She said. No thanks needed, VE didn't do anything. He said. You came for us, that's enough. She said. It's the least we could do, Ororo. You're a valued member of the X-Men and most importantly you're an irreplaceable friend. Xavier said. Thank you, Professor. She said. What happened to her? Angel said. Everyone noticed the state Rogue was in, a few guessed what probably happened, mainly Doug and the Professor. The X-Men were young, so their minds were somewhat innocent. The Professor was pretty old and probably seen some unsavory things over the years. On the other hand, Doug wasn't as young as he seemed. If one were to add the years he had previously lived, in addition to this one, he was probably be the oldest one here, right after the Professor. He didn't know how old Ororo was, but at most she'd be only as old as him. Storm grimaced and stayed silent. The Professor sighed, while Doug shook his head. Seeing their reactions, Angel decided to drop the subject and not ask any more questions. Doug opened a portal back to the X-Mansion and left with X-Men. He could always come back later, now that he knows this place exists. A few days later, Rogue woke up a day after we got back from the Savage Land. She asked about Kitty and Ileana, and after confirming their safety, decided to lock herself in her room. She refused interacting with anybody but Storm. I built her another inhibitor instead of the one she lost back in the Savage Land. But for some reason she refused to wear it, and would only do so when she had to go to school. Her powers created a figurative barrier around her, one that prevented people from getting closer to her, both physically and emotionally. I feel bad for her, Doug. I wish I could help her somehow, but we were never close. Kitty was the closest one to her, and I don't know how she would take it if she found out about what happened to Kitty. Jean said. It's better not to tell her, it would have only made her feel worse. the Ancient One and I managed to reverse most of the damage. She's not a demon anymore, but it'll take time for her soul to heal. All we have to do now is wait for her to wake up," I said. "Thank God, I've been worried sick," she said. "Ileana should be waking up too," I said, with a grimace. "Is she going to be okay?" Jean asked in worry. "I don't know, Jean. As far as we could tell, it's irreversible. All we can do now is wait and see which Ileana wakes up. The one corrupted by Belasco or the one we know," I said. After my talk with Jean, I locked myself in my lab. I couldn't help but feel powerless. What use is all this power if I can't use it to help my friends and family? I knew it would be hard when I first arrived in this universe. I had even thought that the power I had collected was enough. I became a sorcerer. I took the spider serum, I took the extremis serum, I created my own symbiote. I built a suit, better than Tony's. I even built one of the biggest companies in the world. I killed, stole, lied and cheated. But it still wasn't enough. Piotr and Logan were missing. Ileana was a half-demon. Kitty was in a coma. Rogue was sexually assaulted, and it was only a matter of time before I lost Jean. The Phoenix was simply too powerful. I couldn't even remember a single instance where things didn't end badly for Jean. What else should I do? What else should I become? I found myself standing before the lab's cold storage unit. My hand wrapped around the fridge's unit and I slowly opened the door. 2 vials stared back at me. One was filled with a golden yellow liquid that almost seemed to glow, while the other was filled with a dark blue liquid. The answer was right before me. Chapter end. Tell me what you guys think in the comments. To be honest, I'm not entirely happy with the chapter, but I hope you're all enjoying the story. P.S. Rogue wasn't raped, she was only assaulted. Soren didn't get a chance to take things too far. Still, it doesn't stop it from being traumatic. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher and my new MHA fanfic, Altered Mind, check out my Patreon / comment. 39 comments. Vote. Chapter 69, a year away. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher and my new MHA fanfic, Altered Mind, check out my Patreon / enjoy winking smiley. After last night's conversation with Jean, and my subsequent reaction of trying to inject more shit into my veins, I realized something important. I needed to slow down. In my efforts to get stronger and ensure I survive in this world, I've neglected what truly made me special. In my rush to get as much power as I can get, I didn't even take the time to explore my own powers. I talked a big game about how Cypher's powers had the potential to be Omega level. And look at what happened. As soon as I got the chance, I took one serum after another, one unnecessary risk after another. Dimensions in the Marvel Universe are infinite, and many mutants have their own personal dimensions where the laws of physics don't apply, as a shortcut for the fact that most / all mutants defy the laws of physics. I don't regret becoming a sorcerer, but I realized that compared to Strange or even Ileana, I was outclassed. I limited myself as a sorcerer by refusing to make any deals with any extra-dimensional beings / gods. A sorcerer, no matter how talented, needs help in channeling energy to perform any large-scale spells. The larger the amount, the harder it is, ergo the need for some kind of agreement. It didn't mean that all X genes were connected to some kind of dimension. but it was at least worth exploring. I mean, there were infinite dimensions. Infinite. That means that there has to be at least one dimension where instead of a Big Bang creating a constantly expanding universe of nothingness, there was a Big Bang that created a constantly expanding universe filled with anything one could imagine. That's just science. Deciding my logic was bulletproof, I decided on my next course of action. It was time for a training arc. But before I went off and disappeared, I decided to spend some time with Jean. We only got the chance to go on a few dates and only had sex once in limbo. It wasn't the most romantic first time, but we got swept up in the moment. Jean had been pretty upset lately. She's been spending hours in the X-Mansion using Cerebro trying to find Piotr and Logan. She couldn't do anything to help with Kitty and Ilyana. Add to that what happened with Storm and Rogue, she probably felt pretty useless. I opened a portal to the X-Mansion and headed towards Cerebro. I was walking inside the mansion towards where I could sense Jean when I was suddenly stopped by a feminine voice. Excuse me, but who are you? It wasn't often I would get caught by surprise. I could usually detect whenever a mind was nearby, one of the perks of being a telepath. I turned my head only to see a petite 5'5" young female student. She had short black hair and light brown eyes. She was wearing a pink shirt, blue jeans and wore a bright yellow jacket. I took a moment to examine her. I was fascinated by the fact that even though I was staring right at her, I could hardly feel her mind. I even tried scanning her mind but failed to do so. Her mind possessed a natural defense against telepathic detection or attack. I could feel her Schnick shields render my mind probes useless. Her mind almost felt slippery and invisible. I had my right hand under my chin and a thoughtful look on my face. Interesting, I muttered. A few seconds passed of me staring at her. She suddenly interrupts my thoughts and says, "Could you please stop staring, it's making me uncomfortable." Sorry about that, it's a bad habit of mine. I didn't mean to stare, but I was just surprised by the fact I couldn't sense your mind. I said. Oh. So you're a telepath, just like the professor. She said. You could say that, but I wouldn't compare myself to the professor, I said. He is pretty amazing, but I wouldn't compare myself to the professor if I were you. You're just being too hard on yourself. She said. That's not what I meant. She continued to talk over me. I'm Jubilation Lee, by the way, but you could call me Jubilee. Are you a new student here? Are you lost? I could help you find the professor if you want. I'm going. I quickly interrupted her and said it's okay. I know where I'm going. I used to be a student here. Still, thanks for the offer. Oh, I'm sorry, I get overexcited sometimes. I guess I'll see you around. She said, after noticing I was in a hurry. I don't mind, see you around, Jubilee, I said. Oh wait, you haven't told me your name. She said. It's Douglas Ramsey, I said, as I was almost at the end of the hallway. What? The billionaire? I heard her shout, after a few seconds. As soon as I arrived in front of Cerebro, I felt Jean's mind brush against mine. The door opened after a few minutes, and I could see Jean walking towards me. She had an exhausted smile on her as she walked up to me. Hey babe, any luck in finding them? I said. No, not yet. She said. She sighed. I'm starting to think they're not on Earth. Come on, let's go get something to eat. We'll talk about it while we eat. I said. I opened a portal back to New York and decided to take her to have some fun and get her mind off things. We went to a bar I knew of with ping pong tables, where we challenged each other to a contest, ate pizza, and laughed. Later, we took a ferry ride, with ice cream, to a local beach that we'd never been to, where we drank margaritas in the sand. We walked home and ended our night out with a kiss. We were back home lying down on the couch. We had an old movie playing on the TV and just decided to relax and cuddle. "Thank you, Doug, I really needed this," she said. "Well, if you really want to thank me," I said as I raised a single eyebrow. She giggled at my response. I was obviously kidding, but it didn't stop her from getting up and straddling me. We started making out, and things started heating up. We enjoyed each other's company all night. While I almost had endless stamina, Jean wasn't to be underestimated. A few hours in, Jean passed out, and I was feeling drained. This was our second time having sex. It was much more intense than our first time. We woke up in bed the next morning. I had my arm wrapped around her naked waist, while she snuggled her head on my chest. I was playing with her hair with my other hand. I found her fiery red hair really beautiful, and from my position, I could even smell what kind of shampoo she used. "Jean, we need to talk," I said. Sensing something in my voice, "Doug, what's wrong?" I lowered my head and looked straight into her eyes. "I'm leaving." She stayed silent and snuggled closer to me. A few moments later I continued. "I've been doing a lot of thinking lately. About my life, what I've done, and what my obligations are." Jean looked at Doug. She didn't like the direction this conversation was taking. "How long?" she asked. "For you, it's a few months, but for me, it's a lot longer," I said. "I don't understand," she said in confusion. "I'm going to Limbo, probably a few other places. Time is wonky there, so I'm not really sure how long it's going to be," I said. She sat up on the bed, her body wrapped up by the sheets. She had her back facing me, and I could see her fiery red hair, cascading down her white, silky smooth back. I couldn't see her expression, but I heard her soft voice. "Why?" she said. "Something big is happening in a few months, so I'll be back before then." I left instructions on what to do in regards to the company. "If anything unexpected happens, you have the highest authority right after me," I said. "The company? Is that all you care about?" she suddenly said. "Jean, I didn't mean. Just save it, Doug. You just decided to leave all on your own, and not even talk to me about it. Kitty's in a coma, Piotr is missing. We don't even know if he's alive. His little sister became a demon, and all you can think about is leaving," she said. "Jean, we're all in danger, the future is. What about me, Doug? What am I supposed to do? You told me you'd always be there for me," she said. By this point, Jean had stopped screaming and was starting to tear up. I felt bad for making her cry. Maybe it was selfish of me to just up and leave. Other than Ororo, there really weren't many people she could call friends. And even then, she hasn't been seeing her that much. I found out that Jean's mother was dead. Her father hated and blamed her for her mother's death. Jean accidentally killed her parents when her powers awakened. It caused her family to get into a brutal car crash. While her mother was killed, Jean survived due to putting a protective barrier around herself. Her father also survived the crash, although heavily injured. He was currently living in their old home. He hadn't talked or even seen Jean in years. I got up from bed and started comforting Jean. by wrapping my arms around her. She cried for a bit and after a few minutes, managed to calm down. She wiped her tears and got up to get dressed. "I want to be alone for a bit, I have some things to think about," she said. She didn't give me a chance to stop her and quickly left. I didn't know if I should go after her, or not. I eventually decided to talk to her later, she probably needed time to cool off. I wished I could read her mind sometimes, we both couldn't read each other's minds, without the other party's notice. I found it ironic, that two of the most powerful telepaths couldn't read each other's minds. I decided to postpone my trip for a few more days. I couldn't leave, while she was still upset with me. I suddenly heard a sigh of frustration coming from my nightstand. Strangely, it was coming from my watch. *sigh*. Idiot. Couldn't agree more, big sister. Crap. Were they listening the whole time? Chapter end. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher and my new MHA fanfic, Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon / comment. 46 comments. Vote. Chapter 70, The Heart of Limbo. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher and my new MHA fanfic, Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon / enjoy winking smiley. I was currently in limbo. Specifically, I was staying in Belasco's old castle. I waited a few days for Jean to calm down, and eventually she did. She admitted she had abandonment issues, and the fact I was leaving freaked her out, more than she liked to admit. I understood where she was coming from to an extent. In my previous life I was practically alone, my parents were dead. For years, I suffered from depression, and the only thing that kept me going was the knowledge of my parents' love for me. Jean didn't have that, she only had me. Before I came along she had the professor, and the school. Charles broke her trust and Jean was desperate to form another bond. I gathered everything I would need for my stay in limbo, and left after saying goodbye. I took the books I obtained from Asgard and a few other items with me. The bag, given to me by the Ancient One, was certainly useful. I planned on learning the enchantments used in making them, as they were too useful not do so. Staying in limbo for prolonged periods of time wasn't a good idea. I racked my brain for a solution to my current predicament, and I ended up with a few possible solutions to my problem. My first option was to use the Eye of Bosphorus. The incantation necessary to unlock the Eye of Bosphorus was written on it. I have yet to use it, after obtaining it from the Ancient One. Once activated, the Eye can grant its user one spell of choice, regardless of its power. The artifact can only be used once, and it turns into dust afterwards. I haven't used it yet, since it was useful as a trump card. I had a feeling I'd need it one day, and I hoped that day never came. Unfortunately, using it to help Ilyana or Piotr was not ideal. Or it would be more accurate to say, it was inefficient. Ilyana's situation was complex to say the least, and it needed a more complex solution in return. The gem gave the user a spell, a very powerful one, but at the end of the day, it was just one spell. Ilyana's soul needed to be a lot more powerful. Currently her demonic side was stronger, and she would need years of mystic arts training for her to become strong enough to resist that part of herself. We would also need several powerful spells for it to be of some use, one to isolate the part that was corrupted, one to seal it, and one to maintain her soul at a state of equilibrium. Playing with souls was taboo, and it was hard enough finding anyone with experience, so it wasn't a good idea to do something without being absolutely sure of the results. I thought about using it to find Piotr and Logan, but then changed my mind on doing so. The glimpses I managed to get from the time stone showed me Piotr, present at the time of the New York invasion. Even so, if he doesn't show up by then, I'll use it to summon him, and Logan. Returning to the present, I was standing in front of the dungeon's door. I had Belasco's severed head in my hand, and was currently attempting to unseal the door. MHHM. Aha. Millimeter. Asterisk psi asterisk. If you don't calm down, I swear to God, you're not going to like, what am I going to do to you? I threatened. MHMJNM. MHNMNH. Yes, and as long as you're useful, I'll think about it. I said. After Belasco calmed down a bit, I continued with my task. I was going through his memories, trying to find the spell he used for sealing up the space. Unfortunately, doing it while he was awake was way easier, so I had to wake him up. He started cursing at me as soon he woke up, promising unending suffering, and a very vivid description of what he would do to me and everyone I loved. In response, I put a muzzle on his mouth and fried his brain a few times, using my venom blast. His brain kept regenerating, but anything below the neck wasn't growing. I had the Ancient One cast a spell using the Time Stone to prevent him from regenerating his body. Every time his body would try and grow back, it'll just reset to the moment his head was cut off and burned by the Phoenix. It was my fucked up version of the Headless Horseman, but mine was the other way around. An immortal bodiless evil sorcerer. Now, that's the stuff of nightmares. Finally, it's done. MHMHMHNM. GRGHMMMHM, he said. Well, I lied, so just shut up and go back to sleep. I knocked him out, using a venom blast, and kept him in my storage bag. He wanted me to release him after I unsealed the dungeon, and make him my subordinate. He didn't hide his thoughts well, and I saw right through him. The bastard planned on betraying me as soon as he had the chance. Which was understandable, since he happened to be a demon. I entered through the door, only to find myself in front of a huge stepping disc. It was semi-transparent and I could vaguely see a heart-shaped object on the other side of the portal. It kept pulsing and I could feel the energy undulations coming from it washing over me. As I got closer, I could make out more and more details. It took the form of a giant animal heart, hidden in a cavern deep below. I stepped through the stepping disc, and was immediately bombarded by the huge amount of radiation. I called upon my symbiote to protect me from the radiation, and it only took a few seconds for my symbiote to absorb and metabolize the radiation out of my body. I started scanning the core, using a few spells, and after a few minutes, my suspicions were proven correct. The core was tainted by both demonic and dark force energies. It probably originated from the fact the previous rulers of Limbo were corrupt to begin with, and over the century all this negative energy seeped into the core. It turned this dimension inherently evil, one that would corrupt its denizens and turn them into demons. I casted a spell I was familiar with, and one that I had used numerous times. The spell that I used was a simple one. It established a connection between the light force dimension and this one. The Prometheum core was immediately bathed in pure light force energy. I watched as the heart of Limbo was getting baptized by the purifying energy of the light force dimension. On the surface, as this was happening, Limbo's appearance and physical laws began to slowly change. backslash 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 backslash. A few months had passed ever since that day. The old rocky terrain of Limbo was replaced by lush greenery. The desolate desert and demonic creatures that plagued this dimension were nowhere to be found. Limbo's appearance and physical laws were highly variable and could change with time, but it primarily depended on the personal taste of its ruler. I was the only one left, so by default I became the ruler of this place. My stunt practically wiped out everything that existed on the surface, especially the demons. Being the ruler / only citizen of Limbo came with a few perks. For example, I could influence the ecosystem and climate of Limbo to some extent. Another perk was my newly gained ability of sensing anyone who sets foot on Limbo. And the ability to instantly teleport anywhere in Limbo. I also discovered a hidden, but useful advantage of this place. Opening portals to other dimensions was way easier than it was on Earth. The spell I had used previously to establish a connection with the light force dimension was normally only strong enough for me to channel a small part of it. Here though, there was no such restriction. In reality it was a bit too much. I had to restrict the flow of energy after a few hours had passed, otherwise this dimension would have been swallowed whole. I managed to stabilize the connection after much difficulty. And got it down to a continuous small trickle. It took me a few months to get things in order. First thing I did was take out my equipment and set it up for future use. Using several arc reactors, based on Tony's designs, I had enough juice to power the castle for the next 100 years and then some. I set up a lab for my experiments, and a huge library filled with books from Asgard and Belasco's own library. I also had some books from the Sanctum. And no, I didn't steal them, I copied them by hand. All in all, it was one of the most impressive magical libraries in the world. Whether it was variety, sheer volume or just based on their age. It checked all those boxes. Next was the altar room. Why would I need an altar room, you ask? Well, for rituals and magical experiments, of course. I couldn't exactly do them in my lab. I mean, what if something goes wrong? Years of research would be gone, and although I planned on inventing magi tech, it was still too soon to mix and match. Over the last few months, in addition to making sure everything was set up correctly, I began focusing on improving my powers, and what I mean by that is Cypher's original powers. I started contemplating what language really was, and what exactly was the nature of my power. The definition I came up with was that language was a structured system of communication used to convey meaning. Most languages had a visual or graphical representation encoded into symbols, or a writing system composed of glyphs to inscribe the original sound or gesture and its meaning. So it came down to meaning and pattern recognition. A language, no matter how complex, needed to follow a pattern or a rule of some sort. One would then assign meaning to it. But that was a simplistic way of looking at it. I mean, in this world, even inanimate objects or even animals have the capacity for language, or for some sort of communication. One example of that would be my little scuffle with Milgner back in New Mexico. I mean that Hammer did not like me. I began my training by trying to listen. I tried listening to anything and everything around me. For days, weeks even. I mediated under a large tree, which grew from one of the demonic souls purified, by what I dubbed the purge. Most of those demonic souls had nowhere to go after being purified. A great number of them perished and had their souls extinguished almost immediately, and whatever was left was only enough for plant life and some simple creatures to be born. I tried listening for words conveyed by inanimate objects and animals that do not speak the human language. And, although these words are usually either inaudible or unintelligible to humans, Cypher's innate ability allowed me to perceive these words and to understand and gain information through them. At first, I couldn't hear anything, but after a few months staying consistent, and doing some reading in the library on my breaks, I began to hear a faint sound. It was almost intangible, like a distant whisper. I tried conversing with the voice and waited for a response. My biggest obstacle was the fact that I didn't know who or what the voice belonged to. Was it the universe? The trees? The animals? The air? I just kept hearing the same word. Chapter end. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher and my new MHA fanfic, Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon / comment. 33 comments. Vote. Chapter 71, Rune Master. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher and my new MHA fanfic, Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon / enjoy winking smiley. Shield facility. How bad is it? Nick Fury said, as he stepped down from the helicopter that just dropped them off. That's the problem, sir. We don't know. Coulson said. They entered the facility, passing fleeing technicians, taking only the essentials, and heading towards the evac point. Dr. Selvig read an energy surge from the Tesseract 4 hours ago. Coulson continued. NASA didn't authorize Selvig to test phase. Fury said. He wasn't testing it, he wasn't even in the room. Coulson said. They continued walking down deeper into the facility and arrived to the radiation facility housing the Tesseract. The area was cluttered with machines, and people were leaving. Dr. Eric Selvig appeared from behind a CMS machine, concerned. The Tesseract was glowing unusually bright and a flare of blue shot out from it, hitting things at random. Fury exchanged a few words, with Dr. Selvig trying to ascertain the situation. Agent Barton, who Fury assigned to watch the doctor, confirmed his report about the cube's irregular behavior. Suddenly, the Tesseract thundered and shook the entire facility. The cube glowed brighter and emitted a ring of light, and built a beam, similar to the Bifrost Bridge. The power from the space stone hit the edge of the platform and began forming a vortex. Space appeared through the portal, and a gust of blue energy knocked people back. The cloud shot to the ceiling, and the portal on the platform opened up as Loki stepped through. The portal vanished, and Loki grinned at everyone, holding his spear. Things ended in Dr. Selvig and Barton being mind-controlled by Loki, taken in as his minions. He also took the Tesseract. The underground research facility was destroyed, but thankfully casualties were low, and most people managed to escape. Limbo. A blonde man, with a chiseled body and blue piercing eyes, could be seen training. He was surrounded by greenery and shouts of beasts and other strange creatures could be faintly heard in the distance. The young man was floating a few feet off the ground in a lotus position. He had his eyes closed and a tense look on his face. It almost looked like he was straining, trying to hear a distant sound or whisper. He suddenly opens his eyes. It's time. It's been a hard few years. The hardest part of it was the loneliness. It was naive of me to think I could spend years training without any human contact and come out unaffected. The first couple of years were fine. I immersed myself in research and studied magic to my heart's content. It was when I first started experimenting with souls when I first realized I've stayed long enough. I mean, they weren't human souls, but still. I was currently at the castle packing up and getting ready to leave Limbo. I couldn't wait to see Jean, Kitty, and Ileana. My greatest boon was developing Cypher's original powers, which in turn increased my adaptability and power as a sorcerer. My ability itself evolved to a superior version of all speak. I obtained the to speak and understand every language in the universe. I even gained the ability to communicate with animals and objects. Of course, it depended on how sentient both the object and animal were. It usually ranged from being able to hear a few words, to having full-on conversations. I also became a rune master and even managed to develop a few original runes of mine. Ancient runes were called the language of gods, which were very mysterious. It was said to be able to get a glimpse of the mysteries of the gods. Most of my runic knowledge came from studying Asgardian, demonic, and dwarfen runes. Asgard's library had a few books on dwarfen runic language. It didn't have any secret techniques, but I was able to deduce a few useful ones. There were various types of runic alphabets used in runes, with one of the oldest ones being the Asgardian runic alphabet known as Elder Futhark. The runes had a stronger effect when engraved, a slightly weaker one when constructed using magic, and finally another form, only possible due to my ability. I could use runes by simply speaking them. The effect is weaker, but its versatility in combat is invaluable. I found a way to infuse my voice with magic and verbalize symbols, and glyphs. I found the dwarfen runes were most optimal in enchanting weapons or armors. Stuff like engraving it, to make the weapon sharper, unbreakable, or even a callback rune, so you could never lose your weapon. Asgardian runes were more suited for combat, and although they had runes that worked similar to the dwarfen ones, the dwarfen's ones were simply a lot better. Demonic runes were ideal for cursing, poisoning, hexing, and rituals. One could use it to fight, but most of them took time. There was a few which could instantly kill, but it was stuff like making your blood boil or your heart explode. I wasn't able to find out which dimension my powers were connected to, but I was close. Unfortunately, though, that would have to wait for another time. I had to get back and prepare. Earth. Welcome back, Master. It's good to be home. How were things while I was gone? I said. A number of events have occurred as you've predicted. Steve Rogers was found, and Director Fury requested a meeting. Sophie said. That's good to hear. Anything else? I said. Yes, there have been several infiltration attempts to Cypher Solutions. Diana said. Any idea who they were and what they want? I said. SHIELD, Oscorp and Stark Industries were the most notable. Diana said. Tony. Are you sure? I asked. The entity which calls itself Jarvis tried hacking into our servers. We taught him a little lesson, so he won't be trying it again anytime soon. Diana said. He's not a true artificial intelligence like you guys are, you're just bullying him by that point. I said. I unpacked my stuff and decided to get dressed in something a bit more nice. How are the girls doing? I hope things went well while I was gone. I said. Kitty and Ileana woke up, and are currently recuperating at the sanctum. Jean is at the mansion visiting Ororo, Sophie said. I'll be heading to the sanctum first, to check on Kitty and Ileana. Don't tell Jean I'm here yet, I want to make it a surprise, I said. I opened a portal to the sanctum, and found myself standing before the Ancient One's quarters. I knocked and waited for an answer. No one answered, so I decided to head towards the training area instead. I arrived at the training area, only to be shocked by what I was seeing. Kitty and Ileana were in the middle of a spa, but unlike their first one, it was a lot more flashy. Ileana kept popping in and out all around Kitty using stepping discs, quite similar to the ones back at Limbo. Kitty, on the other hand, was doing some highly acrobatic moves, which normally would have been impossible for her to do. It wasn't on the level of a super soldier, but definitely not too far off. Impressive, aren't they? The Ancient One suddenly appeared, walking slowly until she was standing right beside me. They certainly are, but what happened? I asked. Well, after Kitty woke up a few months ago, we discovered she retained some of the abilities of her previous state. She's stronger, faster and more agile. Her senses seem to have improved too, which helped her control her phasing ability even more. She said. Didn't you say there wasn't going to be any effects after she woke up? Should we be concerned? I said. I don't think so, but it never hurts to be cautious. I checked her soul, and it mostly looked normal. She said. Ileana, on the other hand, is a bit different. Her teleportation ability seems to be a lot more potent than anything I've ever seen. If I'm not mistaken, it should be part of her metahuman ability. Her aptitude for magic, though, is on another level. It's even higher than Strange's. If it weren't for her special circumstances, I would have considered training her as the next Sorcerer Supreme. She continued. I was surprised by her statement. In most universes, Strange would always inherit the Ancient One's mantle as the Sorcerer Supreme. If she was willing to change something this crucial, it only meant Ileana's prowess were a lot more impressive than I initially thought. We continued watching their spa, and it seemed like it was going to be a stalemate. Ileana, although powerful, was still too inexperienced, and Kitty's recent power-up helped her counter Ileana's teleportation. Her senses became even sharper, allowing her to phase through attacks that previously would have been too fast for her to react to. Thank you for watching over them while I was gone, I said. It's my pleasure, it's been nice having them around, they remind me of my younger days, she said. I took a vial out of my pouch and handed it to her. She looked curiously at it, and asked me what it was. I developed it while I was in Limbo. It won't make you immortal, but it'll stop the aging. Are there any side effects? She asked. None, I said. Her eyes moistened a bit, and I could see how much weight was lifted off her shoulders. It must have been heavily weighing on her mind, the fact that she was depending on the dark dimension's energy to sustain her. She thanked me while carefully putting it away. I owed her big time, and this was the least that I could do. Chapter end. Next chapter is the start of the Avengers arc. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher and my new MHA fanfic, Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon / comment. 32 comments. Vote. Chapter 72, An Unexpected Visitor. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher and my new MHA fanfic, Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon / enjoy winking smiley. The girls were happy to see me, and hugged the living crap out of me. They were slightly upset I wasn't there when they woke up, but they understood my reasons. Did you find a way to get Piotr back? Ilyana asked. Yeah, Doug, it's been months, we're getting worried, Kitty said. Don't worry, I found a way to get them back, I just need a little bit of your blood. I said. Blood. It's a blood summoning ritual. The stronger the blood ties, the better the chances of success. I explained. Ilyana without hesitation grabbed one of the blades near the training area, and slowly drew the blade across her palm. I took out a bowl I had prepared beforehand, from my storage pouch, and collected a few drops. I used the blood to draw the GLYPHS and started chanting. This was a spell I came up with, after reading up on demonic summoning in Belasco's library. I modified it using the rune summon and the rune kin, while the blood was used as the medium. I was chanting the spell in the demonic scripture, the language the demons of Limbo spoke in, and ended the spell by injecting my magic into the runes. The runes started burning up, and disappeared in a bright flash. A 6-foot mass of muscles was standing right in front of us. He was clad in armor, and seemed to be on guard like he was expecting an attack. He was holding a sword, and donned a red cape over his armor. It only took a few seconds for the figure to scan his surroundings. He pointed his sword at me and said, "Are you one of Jehoshaphat's men? Speak." Doug, I thought you said you were going to summon Piotr. Who is this guy, and what is he saying? Kitty asked. I frowned and said, "It should have worked, I've been working on this spell for months." I was confused by the current situation, and was busy thinking about where I could have made a mistake. "If you won't answer, then just go ahead and die," he said. Enraged by our lack of response, the man grew impatient and decided to attack. I summoned the bands of Cytroke to restrain him, but surprisingly he easily broke through them. He continued charging at me, set on cutting me down. I summoned a venom blast in my hand and uttered a single word. The electricity condensed over the top of my index finger, till it was no larger than a coin. I cocked my hand like it was a pistol, and was about to fire. The man scoffed, and prepared his sword to block my attack. He would soon realize this was a mistake. I channeled over 2 million volts of electricity into this attack. Unless he dodges it, he's going to have an extra hole in him. I aimed at his heart, and fired. Wait. Stop. As expected, the man could barely react to the bullet, and tried blocking it with his sword. In the end, it didn't matter. The attack went right through him, and he hit the ground hard. Ilyana dashed towards his prone figure, and seemed to be in a panic. She was in disbelief. It took her a second, but she finally realized who this man was. Why he seemed so familiar. The cosmonaut Mikhail Nikolaevich Rasputin. Her brother, the one who went to space and never came back. A few hours later, Ilyana's long-lost brother Mikhail was lying in a bed sleeping. The shout was a bit late and I only managed to divert the venom bullet a few centimeters to the right. If it weren't for that, his heart would have been pierced. I managed to stop the bleeding, after using a bit of my Kai to close the wound, but it's probably going to take a few days for him to wake up. Sigh. Well, that was a bust. Who would have thought I would end up summoning the wrong brother? I said. It's indeed a strange situation, but you can always try again. The Ancient One said. After the commotion with the summoning, the Ancient One came to see what was the cause of the disturbance. I explained to her what I was trying to do, and the result of my attempt. We talked for a bit, and she ended up explaining to me the reason of my failure to summon Piotr. Your spell wasn't specific enough, the parameters were kin and summon. Based on what you have told me, the spell should have been able to summon both of them. The fact it was successful in only summoning one, it probably means something interfered with the summoning. She said. Do you think someone is preventing it on purpose? I asked. Perhaps indirectly, a strong enough magical barrier, or certain wards can interfere with summoning. Try doing the spell again, but this time set the parameters to kin and locate. She said. I had a little bit of blood left, so I decided to give her suggestion a try. The spell showed me the location of the living members belonging to the Rasputin bloodline. It showed Ilyana and Mikhail in the sanctum, their grandparents in New York, and finally Piotr's location. I raised an eyebrow in surprise and said, interesting. Well, I guess I have nothing to worry about, they should be arriving soon enough. Inside the Quinjet, Steve Rogers was sitting down with a tablet, watching the footage of the Hulk's attack on the army at Culver University. He also saw some footage of the self-proclaimed superhero metahuman team in Harlem. We're about 40 minutes out from base, sir. The pilot said. Agent Coulson suddenly stood up from his seat and walked over to Steve. So, this Dr. Banner was trying to replicate the serum that was used on me? Steve asked. A lot of people were. You were the world's first superhero. Banner thought gamma radiation might hold the key to unlocking Erskine's original formula. Coulson said. Didn't really go his way, did it? Steve said. No, I guess it didn't. Coulson said. Well, what about this new super team? They seem to be doing some good work from what I've seen. Steve said. You could call it that, but then again they are unsupervised, and these kinds of things tend to get out of hand. Especially when it comes to mutants. Coulson said. I heard about them during the war. I don't really know much about them, but there were some whispers of using them in the war. Steve said. There was a few incidents over the years. The biggest problem was their instability in combat. A few attempts have been made over the years, but what we do need now is someone like you. Coulson said. Well, I hope I'm the man for the job, Steve said. We've made some modifications to the uniform. I had a little design input. Coulson suddenly said. The uniform. Aren't the stars and stripes a little old-fashioned? Steve said. With everything that's happening, the things that are about to come to light, people might just need a little old-fashioned. Coulson said. Steve nods but doesn't say anything. Soon they reach the helicarrier. It has 2 runways. One with direct access to a hangar at the rear is aligned along the spine of the vessel. Agent Coulson and Steve walk down the ramp, meeting up with Natasha Romanov, and a little bit later Steve ends up meeting Dr. Banner. It wasn't long before they got a call of a disturbance in Germany. Apparently there was a man holding a glowing scepter standing in front of the Stuttgart Museum, holding people hostage. Captain America suited up. And as soon as they arrived over the museum, opened up the ramp and jumped down without a parachute. As Loki was about to execute a man with his scepter, it glowed blue, and an energy beam shot out. Captain America arrives, diving in just in time to block the blast with his shield, and knocking down Loki. You know, the last time I was in Germany and saw a man standing above everybody else, we ended up disagreeing. Cap said. Loki stood up and said. The soldier. A man out of time. While Loki and Steve were having a conversation, Natasha, who was piloting the plane, aims the guns of the Quinjet on Loki. She turns the loudspeakers on and says, "Loki, drop down the weapon and stand down." Loki, of course, does not listen, and sends a blue blast of plasma at her from the scepter. Natasha maneuvers it just in time, giving Cap the time to throw his shield at Loki. They both began to duke it out. Loki flings Cap to the ground, and then Cap throws his shield, but Loki swats it away. As Cap is knocked down by Loki, Loki stands over him, pointing the scepter's tip on his helmet. Loki orders, "Kneel." Cap gets a determined face and grits out, "Not today." He flips and knocks Loki back with a kick. Loki grabs Cap and throws him away. Natasha tries aiming the machine gun at Loki but can't get a clear shot. "This guy's all over the place," she shouts. Suddenly, AC/DC's shoot to thrill overdrives the Quinjet speakers. "Agent Romanov, did you miss me?" Both Cap and Loki look up at the sky. Tony flies over in his Iron Man suit and blasts Loki right back to the ground using his repulsors. Iron Man touches down in the superhero landing. He stands up and pulls out every piece of weaponry the suit has and points them at Loki. Tony, in a taunting voice, says, "Make your move, Reindeer Games." Loki puts up his hands and surrenders, and his armor materializes away. Iron Man nods and says, "Good move." Steve joins Tony near Loki and nods at him. "Mr. Stark." Tony returns the greeting, "Captain." Soon the two heroes along with one fake prisoner in handcuffs enter the Quinjet and take off. With Loki tied up and cuffed to his seat, Tony and Steve watch from a distance, whispering. "I don't like it," Steve said. "What?" "Rock of Ages giving up so easily," Tony said. "I don't remember it being ever that easy." "This guy packs a wallop," Steve said. "Still, you are pretty spry, for an older fellow." "What's your thing?" "Pilates," Tony said. "What?" Steve asks. "It's like calisthenics. You might have missed a couple things, you know, during your time as a capsicle," Tony said. "Fury didn't tell me he was calling you in," Steve suddenly says. "Yeah, there's a lot of things Fury doesn't tell you," Tony said. As they were talking, thunder and lightning nearly hit the jet, making it shake violently. "Where's this coming from?" Natasha said. The thunder continues to rumble overhead. While Loki stares out the window intently, looking quite anxious. "What's the matter?" "Scared of a little lightning," Steve said. "I'm not overly fond of what follows," he admits. They suddenly hear a bang on top of the jet, as if something or someone just landed, heavy footsteps that cause the jet to shake, till it suddenly stops. "What's going on?" The ramp suddenly starts opening up, and a man's silhouette could be seen. The man walks in and grabs Loki by the throat and says, "If you don't mind, I'd like to have word with your employer." Steve and Tony were left dumbstruck, while Loki gulped in fear. He can feel it in his bones, this man was dangerous. One wrong move and this man could kill him. Chapter end. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher and my new MHA fanfic, Altered Mind, check out my Patreon / comment. 33 comments. Vote. Chapter 73, The Avengers, PT1. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher and my new MHA fanfic, Altered Mind, check out my Patreon / Enjoy winking smiley. If you don't mind, I'd like to have a word with your employer. Tony put on the Iron Man helmet, and aimed his repulsors. While Cap hurriedly grabbed his shield ready for an attack. Is that Steve said. Yep, that's him, Tony asked. I thought you knew the guy. Steve said. Oh yeah, forgot about that for a sec. Enigma. Could you please put the god down? Tony shouted. I turned towards Tony, and even Loki, who was turning blue by the second, gave Tony an incredulous look. This isn't the time for jokes, Tony. This sorry excuse for a god is more trouble than he looks. I said. Enigma, we can talk, just put him down. The Cap said. I won't. Outside the jet, a blinding light hits the jet. Loki and I are thrown towards Steve and Tony. Thor sees the open ramp, enters, grabs Loki by the throat and flies out. Steve and Tony are left dumbstruck once again. Goddamn night, Thor! I roared, before running towards the ramp and jumping off of it. Now there's that guy. Tony said. Another Asgardian. Natasha shouts from the cockpit. Think the guys are friendly. Steve said. Doesn't matter. If he frees Loki or kills him, the Tesseract's lost. Then there's Enigma, who looked like he wanted to tear him apart. Tony said. Tony turned and got ready to jump off the jet to chase after Thor and Enigma. Stark, we need a plan of attack. I have a plan. Attack. Tony said. He then jumped out of the jet and chased after Thor and Enigma. Cap then went and grabbed a parachute to follow. Natasha puts the plane on autopilot and comes back to persuade Cap to not go. I'd sit this one out, Cap. She said. Steve turned to Natasha. I don't see how I can. Natasha tried one last time. These guys come from legends. They're basically gods. Steve turned to the ramp. There's only one god. And I'm pretty sure he doesn't dress like that. Saying that, Steve jumped out of the plane. I was wearing my endosim armor coupled with the grav reactor. I inscribed a few runes on the vibranium shell that housed the gravitonium, to further stabilize it and enhance the effects of the gravitonium. It was my first step towards inventing magi tech. The suit now had two sources of power, one using the original core, the other magic. It gave it the extra oomph needed to take the armor to the next level. I also managed to come up with a few tricks, mainly runes empowered by the core. Unfortunately, I couldn't inscribe the suit itself with runes, since it didn't have a uniform shape. I couldn't exactly engrave runes on a suit made out of nanites. Maybe if I acquired some technology that would allow me to inscribe runes on each individual nanite, then it would be worth a try. My Venom suit was bonded to my current armor, so it looked like I was still wearing my normal suit. The one I was seen wearing in Harlem, and the Stark Expo. Extension. Mountain Ledge Night. Somewhere out in the European mountains, Thor threw Loki into the side of the mountain. He raised the mighty hammer, Mjolnir, and looked down at his brother, who he thought to be dead, and was angry to see him alive in this fashion. Where is the Tesseract? Thor bellowed. I missed you too, brother. A few more seconds, and I would have died for real this time. Loki said. Do I look to be in a gaming mood? Thor said. Oh, you should thank me. With the Bifrost gone, how much dark energy did the All-Father have to muster to conjure you here? Your precious earth. Loki said. Thor dropped Mjolnir, causing the mountain to quake. He picked up Loki. Although he was pissed for what he has done, a family is everything to a man or god. I thought you died. He said. Did you mourn? Loki said. We all did. Our father. Your father. He did tell you my true parentage, did he not? Loki said. We were raised together, we played together, we fought together. Do you remember none of that? Thor said. I remember a shadow. Living in the shade of your greatness. I remember you tossing me into an abyss. I was and should be king. Loki said. So you take the world I love as recompense for your imagined slights. No, the earth is under my protection, Loki. Thor said. It doesn't need your protection, Thor Odinson, and I'd advise you to keep that in mind. You and your family have already caused it enough harm. Loki immediately took a few steps back in surprise, while Thor grew wary, the moment I appeared. Both Thor and Loki looked at me, both perceiving me to be the enemy. He eyed me for a few seconds, before saying, You look familiar, stranger. Have we met before? He said. I was there, that day at New Mexico. You know, the day when your brother tried to kill you. I said. You're a dangerous one, aren't you? Loki said. Oh, so you do have a brain, somewhere up there. Maybe you're not as stupid as you look. I said. What do you want? Thor said. I want him. I said, pointing at Loki. Asgard shall take responsibility for Loki's punishment, so. I chuckled a bit, my voice deep and ominous. Unfortunately, that's not going to work. You see, your brother's reaction to me, it's a result of his brainwashing trying to persist. Whoever is pulling his strings put in triggers, to keep him a puppet. I tried to trace the connection, and contact the puppeteer, but I was interrupted by a certain hammer-swinging idiot. I said. Thor visibly frowned, while Loki was moments away from making a break for it. Don't listen to him, brother. These humans slaughter each other in droves, every day. They're mindless beasts. I've seen worlds you've never known about. I have grown, Odinson, in my exile. I have seen the true power of the Tesseract, and when I wield it, Loki said. Who showed you this power? Who controls the would-be king? Thor said. I am a king. Loki shouts. Not here. You give up the Tesseract. You give up this poisonous dream. You come home. Thor said. I don't have it. You need the cube to bring me home, but I've sent it off. I know not where. Thor raises his hammer, interrupting him. You listen well, brother. When he suddenly gets knocked off the mountain by Iron Man, who tackles him mid-flight. I'm listening. Loki said. Thor and Iron Man crash into the forest. Thor rolls himself up. Iron Man was still standing, but kept his distance. The helmet opened up. Do not touch me again. Thor bellows. Then don't take my stuff. Tony said. You have no idea what you're dealing with. Thor said. Shakespeare in the park. Doth mother know you weareth her drapes? Tony said. This is beyond you, Metal Man. Loki will face Asgardian justice. Thor said. He gives up the cube, he's all yours. Until then, stay out of my way, tourist. Tony said. The Iron Man helmet clamps up and he walks away. In one quick move, Thor pulls Mjolnir, throws it, and knocks Iron Man clear across into a tree. From the mountainside, Loki watched in amusement, with me standing beside him. ****. I paralyze Loki with a rune, and go down the mountain to break up their fight. I land between Thor and Tony, creating a three-man deadlock. Thor was swinging his hammer eyeing me and Tony, while Tony had a repulsor aimed at me and Thor. I turn to Tony and say, "I got this. Go secure Loki." I don't wait for Tony to say anything and turn to Thor. Before I could say anything, Thor's hammer suddenly flies out of his hand heading towards me. I quickly dodge, surprised by the sudden attack. Tony fires his repulsor beams at Thor and knocks him clear into the trees. "Now, see how that feels," Tony said. The hammer turns back and heads towards me once again. I do a flip and kick it back. "Son of a..." "Okay, note to self, never kick magically charged Uru," I muttered. Thor raises his arm, and Mjolnir flies back to his hand. He didn't dodge the attack in time, since he was surprised by the hammer. It suddenly flew out of his hand, and attacked Enigma without his command. Deciding it wasn't the time for idle thoughts, Thor raises it to the skies and pulls in lightning and thunder. Thor points the hammer at Iron Man, who was now preparing for his second attack. I interfere once again, taking the outpour of lightning in Tony's stead. My suit absorbs all the outpouring lightning bolts, storing them into the runes I engraved on the vibranium gravitonium shell. "Enough," Captain America said, finally showing up. He faces Thor and says, "Now, I don't know what you plan on doing here. I've come here to put an end to Loki's schemes." Thor says, "You have an interesting way of showing it." Tony snorts. "Silence, Metal Man. I have not time for your jesting," Thor said. "Then prove it. Put the hammer down," Cap said. Yeah, no. Bad call. He loves his hammer," Tony said. Thor suddenly backhands Iron Man with Mjolnir, losing all tolerance with him. He then turns to Cap and says, "You want me to put the hammer down?" Figuring out what he was about to do, I activate my first combat-ready rune. A single large rune suddenly appears under us all, before anyone could realize what's going on. They found themselves lying on their backs, unable to move a muscle. Tony's armor was creaking as if seconds away from collapse. Steve was trying and failing to get up, while Thor was starting to get up on his knees, although extremely slowly. Impressive, I guess. They don't call you a god for nothing. I was the only one standing unaffected. Naturally, I could manipulate my own body's gravity using the gravitonium in my suit's reactor. This rune was an area of effect rune designed to increase the gravity up to 50 times. Naturally, I only cranked it up to 15 times normal gravity. Otherwise, Cap and Tony would have been instantly crushed to death. In only a few seconds, Thor was beginning to adapt to the increased gravity, standing up although barely. "All right, I think that's enough," I said, as I deactivated the rune. "What the hell was that?" Cap said. "Yeah, what he said," Tony wheezed. Tony was a base human, so it was natural he was most affected. "Gravity magic," Thor said. "Magic?" Tony said. "You know runes, wizard. I'm surprised, not many are able to use such an arcane art." Thor continued. "Well, I'm not many. Look, we need to cut this short. Loki has hidden the Tesseract somewhere and we need to go somewhere to help in recovery. You coming with us?" Thor doesn't say anything at first and I get on my guard. But he just nods, and gets out of his fighting stance. I nod at Captain America and turn to go to the jet which has by now landed in a clearing nearby. Guys, are we just going to ignore that magic is a thing now? Tony said. Chapter end. 410 plus advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And my new MHA fanfic, Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon / comment. 39 comments. Vote. Chapter 74, The Avengers, PT2. 410 plus advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And my new MHA fanfic, Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon / enjoy winking smiley. The rest of the ride pass in silence other than Tony repeatedly asking me what my suit was made of and if magic was real, or was it just bullshit. I cast a silencing rune on him to shut him up. All of those on the plane, including Loki, gave me thankful looks for finally managing to shut him up. A clever trick wizard. Loki, you should learn from him, he seems a better wizard than you. Thor said. Loki merely rolled his eyes and stayed silent. Stop calling me a wizard. I'm a sorcerer. I snapped. What's the difference? Steve asked. A sorcerer is a magic user whose power derives from long study and research. A bit more science than art, and so it is typically reliable. They typically channel power from other dimensions. A wizard on the other hand is born, and typically relies on his own magical reserves to cast spells or perform magic. I said. So does that mean anybody can become a sorcerer if they study hard enough? Natasha asked. It depends really. In theory you can, but it depends on your aptitude for magic and your intelligence. An average sorcerer trains for 10 to 15 years, before he's deemed a master. I said. How long did it take you? Steve asked. I smiled. A year. Soon we reach the helicarrier and a few agents take Loki in chains to his new room. I see Banner working on the scepter, so I join him. He gives me a strange look, surprised by my appearance, but then shakes his head and continues his own tests. I start examining the scepter using a few spells. For those looking, it looked like I was just waving my hands around. Like the time stone, the scepter had a similar signature to it. But I could feel it emitted a low gamma radiation which had an effect on the mind. My symbiote automatically filtered such radiation and prevented it from affecting me. That won't necessarily hold true if I were to grab it directly. Each infinity stone represented an aspect of creation. And the mind stone could tear through any kind of mental defenses I have. So this is why the scepter could shut down the Tesseract's portal. But is it true for all the infinity stones, or just these two? I mused. I get distracted by Banner's voice, saying, he really grows on you, doesn't he? Steve speaks up next, Loki's gonna drag this out. So, Thor, what's his play? Thor comes to from his musings and says, he has an army called the Sheetori. They're not of Asgard, or any world known. He means to lead them against your people. They will win him the earth. In return, I suspect, for the Tesseract. Steve looks incredulously at Thor and asks, an army? From outer space? I wouldn't worry about it, Cap, the Sheetori are literally the suckiest army in the galaxy. I said. What do you mean? Cap asked. I used a spell to project a 3D hologram of the Chitauri from my memory. The Chitauri are a sentient species of cybernetically enhanced beings operating under a hive mind intelligence. I said. So in other words, destroy the Scours, they're done for. Banner said. Exactly, it's usually a mothership which relays orders to the whole army. It's a pretty glaring weakness, it's their numbers which are annoying. I said. Banner nods and thinks out loud, so he's building another portal. That's what he needs Erik Selvig for. Thor gets startled out of his musings, again, and asks, Selvig. Banner answers, without knowing any connection, he's an astrophysicist. Thor corrects him, he's a friend. Natasha explains to a confused Thor, Loki has him under some kind of spell, along with one of ours. Steve asks the most important question, I wanna know why Loki let us take him. He's not leading an army from here. I answer him, he probably has an ulterior motive, that or he's buying time. You mentioned someone might be possibly controlling Loki, is it true? Thor said. It's a strong possibility, I detected a fluctuation in the astral plane near Germany. He was communicating with someone, which leads me to believe, there's an even bigger player behind the scenes. I said. Everyone goes silent at the implications. If he's here because he wants to be, then he either has something to do on the helicarrier, or he wants something from the helicarrier. Banner breaks the silence and says, I don't think we should be focusing on Loki. That guy's brain is a bag full of cats, you could smell crazy on him. Thor gets angry at Banner and grits out, have care how you speak. Loki is beyond reason, but he is of Asgard, and he's my brother. He killed 80 people in 2 days. Natasha deadpans. Thor's shoulders go loose and he whispers, he's adopted. Banner, still in thinking mode, asks out loud, Iridium, what did they need the Iridium for? Suddenly the doors behind me open up and Tony enters with Coulson. He says, it's a stabilizing agent. He then turns towards Coulson and says, I'll fly you there. Keep the love alive. Then turns back to us and explains, means the portal won't collapse on itself, like it did at S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony walks close to Thor and taps his upper arm, no hard feelings, point break. You've got a mean swing. Also, it means the portal can open as wide, and stay open as long, as Loki wants. He approaches Fury's station and starts giving out orders, raise the mid-mast, ship the top sails. That man is playing Gallagher. Thought we wouldn't notice. But we did. He then closes one eye and tries looking at both the screens. How does Fury do this? Agent Hill answers for Fury, dryly, he turns. Tony looks around the monitors and places a button-size hacking implant under Fury's desk, without anyone but me noticing, and I only notice it because I was specifically looking for it. That reminds me, I discreetly throw my own hacking implement at the console. Sophie knows what she has to do. While this is going on, everyone in the room looks at Tony like he's a clown. Tony rolls his eyes and moves away from the console. He says, well, that sounds exhausting. The rest of the raw materials, Agent Barton can get his hands on pretty easily. Only major component he still needs is a power source. A high energy density, something to kickstart the cube. Agent Hill asks him, when did you become an expert in thermonuclear astrophysics? Tony says, last night. The packet, Selvig's notes, the extraction theory papers. Am I the only one who did the reading? He asks, does Loki need any particular kind of power source? Banner thinks and answers, he's got to heat the cube to 120 million Kelvin just to break through the Coulomb barrier. But what about the quantum tunneling effect? He'll have to find a way to stabilize it first. I said. Tony continues, unless Selvig has figured out how to stabilize the quantum tunneling effect. Banner gets a horrified look on his face and says, well, if he could do that, he could achieve heavy ion fusion at any reactor on the planet. Tony smirks at him and raises his hands in the air. Finally, someone who speaks English. Steve turns to the rest of us. Is that what just happened? We're saying that Selvig could theoretically open a stable portal anywhere on the planet where there's a reactor, I said. Tony and Banner shake hands. A glimmer in their eyes shines as the mutual respect for each other shows. Tony says, it's good to meet you, Dr. Banner. Your work on anti-electron collisions is unparalleled. And I'm also a huge fan of the way you lose control and turn into an enormous green rage monster. Banner looks down in embarrassment. Thanks. Nick Fury walks in at that moment and speaks up, louder than anyone else there. Dr. Banner is only here to track the cube. I was hoping you might join him. Let's start with that stick of his. It may be magical, but it works an awful lot like a Hydra weapon. Steve said. Yeah, they emit the same energy signature in pulses. I interject. I don't know about that, but it is powered by the cube. And I'd like to know how Loki used it to turn two of the sharpest men I know into his personal flying monkeys. Fury said. Thor gets confused at that. Monkeys. I do not understand. He asks. Steve gets excited and raises his hand. I do. I understood that reference. Tony rolls his eyes, while Cap looks proud of himself. Tony turns to Bruce and asks, shall we play, Doctor? Bruce smiles at him and leads him to the lab. Let's play some. I follow them, simply because I have nothing else to do, and I want to keep an eye on Banner in case he hulks out. We reach the lab in a few minutes at most. I take a look at the tracking algorithm they wrote and improve a few things on it to run separately from theirs. Tony raises his eyebrows at me, asking, what are you doing? Programming is my specialty. I found a few changes I could make in your algorithm, to improve it and run it separately. I shrug. Tony looks at me like a puzzle, and Banner starts working on the scepter again. So what's your deal? Tony suddenly asks. My deal? I asked. I don't know. You showed up a few years ago, in one of the most advanced suits I've ever seen. You seem to know everything about everything, and not only that, you're a magic user to boot. Who are you behind that mask, and why does Fury seem to trust you? He said. Banner by that point had already left his work and was eyeing me curiously as well. Tony gets closer to me, until he was a few inches away from my face. Are you even human, under there? He says. I stay silent for a while, both of us staring each other down. I was whining, of course, since it was impossible for them to see my face. I suddenly hear Sophie in my ear. Master Doug, I'm afraid I have some bad news. S.H.I.E.L.D. has your identity on file, which means Hydra knows too. I communicate with her silently, by using a nifty little device I built that relays my brain signals. It's still a prototype, but it solves the problem of communication, when I'm in battle or simply need to relay orders quickly and efficiently. How much do they know? I asked. More than we should be comfortable with, but not enough for us to be concerned. She said. Do they know about Jean and the team? I asked. They know that they're mutants, but there isn't any mention of their identities. She said. I sighed in relief and said. Keep me posted, I want any information related to mutants, Inhumans or any powered individuals for that matter. I don't care who or when, I want to know. Our exchange took only a few moments, with my enhanced brain and Sophie's advanced processing abilities. It was practically instantaneous. Tony sees me sighing, misinterpreting as him winning. A smirk appears on his face. "What, cat got your tongue?" he said. "No, I just found out S.H.I.E.L.D. has my identity on file, so you going to find out anyway. I'm guessing that's your .I snooping around in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database," I said. "How did you?" he said. "You're not the only one with an A.I, Tony," I said. "Ooh boy," Banner said. "Caught that, have you? I guess I'm not the only smart cookie around here." Tony asks me. "Well, Stark products have always played second fiddle to ours, even your .I Jarvis can't hold a candle to mine." Sophie was done, by the time we left the bridge, I said. A flash of realization appears on his face. "You." I will the venom suit back into my body and smile at their shocked faces. Douglas Ramsey, CEO of Cypher Solutions, the youngest billionaire on the planet. Banner said. "The one and only," I said. They calm down after a bit, when Tony says, "I guess I'm not the only rich superhero in New York." I smirk at him and say, "Normally, I'd like to keep this a secret for as long as possible, but since the proverbial cat is out the bag, might as well come out and say it." Tony nods dumbly, and suddenly asks, "Wait, how did you make your suit disappear?" "Nanotech, like I said, second fiddle," I said. Tony looks stupefied. Banner snorts in amusement and says, "If you're done with the pissing contest." Tony shakes his head and turns to the monitors in front of him. Banner continues with examining the scepter. I will on my suit back, and continue writing my algorithms. Banner takes a look at the readings and speaks up. The gamma readings are definitely consistent with Selvig's reports on the Tesseract. But it's gonna take weeks to process. Tony returns. If we bypass their mainframe and direct a reroute to the Homer cluster, we can clock this around 600 teraflops. Banner smiles at him. All I packed was a toothbrush. Tony smiles at Banner. "You know, you should come by Stark Towers sometime. Top 10 floors, all are. You'd love it, it's Candyland." Banner smiles at him, but shakes his head and says, "Thanks, but the last time I was in New York I kind of broke Harlem." "Yeah, that was a shit show, but you did save Harlem though. If it wasn't for you, Blinsky and the army would have gone on to destroy the whole of New York," I said. Tony smirks. "Well, I promise a stress-free environment. No tension. No surprises." Suddenly, Tony pokes Banner with a miniature electrical prod device. Banner gets shocked, but controls himself. "Ow!" Banner yelps out. Tony looks at Banner closely, and so do I. Steve walks in on us, pissed at Tony. Steve shouts out, "Hey!" Tony ignores Steve and turns to Banner. "Nothing." Steve asks, "Are you nuts?" Tony continues ignoring Steve and asks, "You really have got a lid on it, haven't you? What's your secret?" "Mellow jazz. Bongo drums. Huge bag of weed." Steve asks him, "Is everything a joke to you?" Tony blurts out, "Funny things are." Steve doesn't take shit and says, "Threatening the safety of everyone on this ship isn't funny. No offense, Doctor." Banner waves it off. "No, it's all right. I wouldn't have come aboard if I couldn't handle pointy things," he says. Tony looks at Steve and says, "You're tiptoeing, big man. You need to strut." Steve glares at Tony, "And you need to focus on the problem, Mr. Stark." Tony raises an eyebrow at him. "You think I'm not? Why did Fury call us and why now?" Why not before? What isn't he telling us? I can't do the equation unless I have all the variables. Steve asks, you think Fury's hiding something? Tony looks at him in disbelief. He's a spy. Captain, he's the spy. His secrets have secrets. He points to Banner and me. It's bugging them too, isn't it? I just nod. Banner stumbles with his words. I just wanna finish my work here and... Steve interrupts him. Doctor. A warm light for all mankind. Loki's jab at Fury about the cube. Banner speaks up, remembering Loki's speech. Steve nods, and says, I heard it. Banner points at Tony. Well, I think that was meant for you. Even if Barton didn't post that all over the news. Steve asks, thinking a bit, the Stark Tower. That big ugly. Tony gives him a look and I snort. Building in New York. Banner continues, it's powered by Stark reactors, self-sustaining energy source. That building will run itself for what, a year? Tony replies smugly, that's just the prototype. I'm kind of the only name in clean energy right now. My suit's still better. I pointed out. Tony pouts at that and starts grumbling. He knew I was right, which hurt his pride even more. Banner continues explaining, so, why didn't S.H.I.E.L.D. bring them in on the Tesseract project? I mean, what are they doing in the energy business in the first place? Yeah, I don't think they're in this for the energy. I say and shake my head when Steve looks at me questioningly. Tony mumbles, I should probably look into that once my decryption program finishes breaking into all of S.H.I.E.L.D's secure files. Steve gets taken aback. I'm sorry, did you say? Tony explains, Jarvis has been running it since I hit the bridge. In a few hours we'll know every dirty secret S.H.I.E.L.D. has ever tried to hide. Blueberry? He asks, the last part holding out a bag in front of Steve. Steve glares at him, yet you're confused about why they didn't want you around. Tony raises an eyebrow and asks, an intelligence organization that fears intelligence? Historically, not possible. I calmly speak up, Steve, we know hacking is wrong. But what they're doing is suspicious. I don't want something like Hydra to happen to the world again. Steve thinks on it, but being the stubborn man he is, says, I think Loki's trying to wind us up. This is a man who means to start a war, and if don't stay focused, he'll succeed. We have orders, we should follow them. Tony waves his hand and says, following is not really my style. Steve smiles at Tony and asks, and you're all about style, aren't you? Tony looks like that hit a nerve, and says, of the people in this room, which one is, A wearing a spangly outfit, and be not of use? I interrupt before this can escalate some more and say, we're not soldiers, Steve. The world hasn't been at war for 70 years. They brought all of us three in as consultants. Banner continues, Steve, tell me none of this smells a little funky to you. Steve takes in the possibility, but shakes it off. He says, just find the cube. Steve walks out of the lab. Still torn apart by the possibility, he walks away. Chapter end. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And my new MHA fanfic, Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon / comment. 34 comments. Vote. Chapter 75, The Avengers, PT3. Very important announcement. My new fic, Altered Mind, is finally up on Webnovel. Please go check it out, it would mean a lot to me, and I promise, you won't be disappointed. Please check it out, and tell me what you guys think in the comments. Smiling face, smiling face, smiling face. For 10 plus advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And my new MHA fanfic, Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon / Enjoy winking smiley. Tensions were building high. I watched as Tony and Banner were on one side looking at files regarding S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Phase 2, which by the way, were a complete rip-off of what the Nazi did back in WW2. Steve was holding an advanced gun in front of him, while Fury was trying to make excuses and control the situation. In one word, it was a shit show. I was wrong, director. The world hasn't changed a bit. Steve said, looking at Fury disapprovingly. Natasha enters and keeps her eyes on Banner, who sees her and asks, "Did you know about this?" Natasha counters, "You wanna think about removing yourself from this environment, Doctor? I was in Calcutta. I was pretty well removed." He said. "Loki is manipulating you," she said. "And you've been doing what, exactly?" he asked. "You didn't come here because I bat my eyelashes at you," she said. "Yes, and I'm not leaving because suddenly you get a little twitchy. I'd like to know why S.H.I.E.L.D. is using the Tesseract to build weapons of mass destruction," he said. "Because of him," Fury said, pointing at Thor. "Me?" Thor said. I started getting closer to the table, readying myself for what was about to happen. As entertaining as this was, I had no choice but to wait until things played out. Flashback. After my failed summoning of Piotr, I couldn't resist but to use the Time Stone once more. I sifted through millions of possibilities and experienced different timelines. Each action, each decision, had an enormous effect on what could happen. I was surprised to see that things had already drastically changed, and more often than not, it was for the worst. I saw multiple endings, ones where we failed, some when we succeeded, and even others where some of us didn't make it. The harder I tried to look, the tougher it was to distinguish what was real and what wasn't. Was I peering into possibilities, or was I just seeing the futures of different parallel worlds? The visions became ambiguous imagery, and my mind was starting to get overloaded, but luckily the Ancient One pulled me out of my trance. A sorcerer could only look through so many possibilities before his mind breaks. "Remember, Douglas, you gaze long into the abyss. The abyss gazes also into you," she warned. I was heavily panting, trying to catch my breath, and between breaths, I had to, things were starting to diverge from what I last saw. I tried looking further this time, to try and figure out what was causing it, but I couldn't. Something was stopping me from looking any further. I said. A slight frown appeared on her face, and she stood still contemplating something. "I don't think it would be wise to use the Time Stone to see the future again. There is only a number of things that could possibly stop you from viewing the future, either your own death or what?" I questioned. "Or something very powerful, and I'm talking something on the level of a cosmic entity," she said. I sighed in frustration, and resigned myself. She was right, and I knew it. I had no way of knowing who or what, but for whatever reason, it was incredibly difficult to see any details of how or why certain events played out, and it was flat out impossible for me to see past the final battle. Could it be because I'm destined to die? I wondered. But what could possibly kill me? Even if you were to destroy my body, I'd only need a few cells, and I'd eventually regenerate. Something smelled fishy, and for the life of me I couldn't figure out what. I mean, Why didn't I see Ileana and Kitty getting kidnapped? Why didn't I foresee summoning Mikhail instead of Piotr? Did you at least find out something useful? She asked. I was suddenly broken out of my thoughts by her voice. Yes, it seems that no matter what, the Avengers need to assemble, and the portal needs to be opened. I was having second thoughts about whether or not I should just stop the invasion before it happens. But that scenario was a dead end. Everybody would end up dying if I did that, and by everybody I mean the whole universe. I said. It is such, with turning points in history. Any major interference on your part could further endanger us. She said. I'm not giving up though, even if I can't stop it from happening. There's no reason I can't keep collateral damage to a minimum. I already contacted Sophie and Diana. Our preparations should be enough. I said. Good. You were never one to give up, it's one of the things I liked most about you. And speaking of giving up, I haven't heard you mention Jean in all of this. You haven't told her you're back, have you? She said. Things are complicated between Jean and I. We didn't exactly part on the best of terms. I have no idea how she'll react when I see her again. I broke a promise. She may even hate me now. I said. Asterisk smack asterisk. Ow. What was that for? Sophie and Diana were right. You really are an idiot. Stop thinking too much, and go talk to her. She said, before leaving. I could hear snickering sounds coming from my watch, and what suspiciously sounded like. He deserves it and she should have hit him harder. I was sensing a conspiracy, but it was unimportant right now. I only needed to hold off until the portal was opened. After that it was open season. I could do whatever I want and things such as plot and canon could kiss my beautiful toned ass. There was one other thing I saw when I used the time stone. Something I haven't told the Ancient One about. It seems like I was going to gain a new ally in the future, and in preparation I needed to pay a certain half-Jotun a visit. Flashback end. Everyone. Shut up. They all turned to look at me. The Tesseract is on a plane, coming towards us, and it's fast. While we were busy trying to find it using the scepter, they followed the scepter to us, here. We have seconds before they reach us. I said. Banner looks at his monitor and saw that the algorithm was still not complete. Fury started giving out orders, and rushed out of the room. Now, would you like to shelf this talk for later and concentrate on the current problem? I asked them, once Fury was gone. Everyone just sighed and turned to Banner. He was about to say something, when my spidey sense goes off. Get down. I conjured a shield to block the explosion. Covering Natasha and Tony, they were base humans and I couldn't risk them getting killed. The others could take care of themselves. No sooner do I conjure the shield, an explosion occurs and throws us all in different directions. Steve was helping Tony stand up, while Natasha and Banner were nowhere to be seen. Thor ran out of the room, probably heading towards Loki. I see a hole in the floor and yell out to Tony and Steve, I'm going after Banner. Steve nods at me and I jump down the hole. I see Natasha is stuck under rubble, while Banner was writhing on the floor about 10 feet away from her. I first go towards Natasha and help her free her leg. You okay? Natasha nods, and says, I'm okay. We're okay. Right. She looks at Banner who's now turning green. I push her away from me slowly and order, get out of here. I'll handle him. Are you sure? Shouldn't I call Thor for help? She said. I cracked my knuckles, and started stretching my neck. It's all right. It's just a Hulk, I can handle a Hulk. I said. Okay, then I'll leave you to it. She hesitantly said. She started limping away, and by the time she left, Banner had already finished turning to the Hulk. Hey big guy. Remember me? I asked. Hulk roars loudly in my face, to which I mumble out, I'll take that as a no, then. Hulk starts running at me, breaking a few pieces of equipment along the way. I always wanted to do this. In response, using my symbiote, I bulk up to match his size, till I was slightly towering over him. He prepares his fist to punch me, and as we're about to collide, I suddenly halt and transfer all my momentum to my next move. I kick him with all my strength in the chest, and his body was flung away by the enormous force. I used the gravitonium in my suit to transfer all my weight to one concerted point, add to that all the kinetic energy stored in the vibranium nanites, and you have what I now dub the Hulk Stomper. It didn't take long before I heard an angry roar coming from the Hulk-shaped hole in the wall. Who am I kidding? All of his roars were angry. Damn, you really are a monster. I couldn't help but say. Hulk rushes at me and starts attacking earnestly. I jump out of the way of his punches and kicks, trying to buy a few seconds to come up with another plan. Yeah, that should work. I suddenly remembered. I dodged another punch, and as I ducked under it, I closed the distance between us, up until I was inside his guard. I went to strike him, but instead of a closed fist, I hit him with an open palm. His astral form was flung outside his body, and I could see Banner's confused face, looking down at the Hulk. I quickly capitalize on the opportunity, and extend several tendrils from my suit to the Hulk. The symbiote latched onto his prone form, and started purifying the gamma radiation being produced from his body. His body quickly started shrinking down, and before long, Dr. Banner was back to his regular normal-sized self. His astral form looked at me in astonishment. How? Before he could continue, I grabbed his astral form and shoved it back into his body. I'm sorry, Doc, but I don't have time to play 20 questions. It's going to have to wait, I said. I turned on my earpiece. The Hulk is down. I repeat, the Hulk is down. Stark, Cap, Natasha, anyone hear me? Copy. I've taken down Barton. I'm taking him towards the medbay. Nat said. What about Loki? I asked. Thor's going to help secure Loki, she said. Stark's voice comes over the earpiece. We're running into a bit of a problem here, me and Cap are. I'm headed right towards you, I said. A few minutes later and the engine starts running again, thanks to me, Cap, and Tony. I found out that Barton was still unconscious, and Thor was nowhere to be found. Loki escaped and Coulson was dead. A few minutes later and we were sitting on the meeting table. Everyone was somber, some by Coulson's death and others by the fact that Loki escaped from right under our noses. On the other hand, I was quite happy. With Coulson fake dying, the Avengers were one pep talk away from coming into existence. And this time, even Banner was here to witness it. Fury gathered Tony, Banner and Steve back into the briefing room. Everyone there had a look as if in a daze. A look of numb shock is shown on their devastated faces. These were in Phil Coulson's jacket. Guess he never did get you to sign them, Fury said. Fury threw Coulson's Captain America trading cards on the table towards Steve. Steve picked them up, stained with blood. We're dead in the air up here. Our communications, location of the cube, Thor. I got nothing for you. Lost my one good eye. Maybe I had that coming. Yes, we were going to build an arsenal with the Tesseract. I never put all my chips on that number though, because I was playing something even riskier. There was an idea, Stark knows this, called the Avengers Initiative. The idea was to bring together a group of remarkable people, see if they could become something more. See if they could work together when we needed them to fight the battles that we never could. Phil Coulson died still believing in that idea, in heroes. He said. Tony gets up and starts walking off, not wanting to hear it anymore. I raise up my hand and say I know where Loki is. What /where? They all shout, breaking the previous tension in the room. Why didn't you say anything? Banner asked. I shrugged. I didn't want to spoil the mood. It would have been rude. I pressed a few buttons on my gauntlet, and a holographic map popped up in front of me. While you were all busy fighting like children, I thought it would be a good idea to put a tracker on the scepter, I said. Wait a minute, is that? Tony said. Yeah. Stuttengard was just a preview, this is opening night. Loki's a full-tilt diva. He wants flowers, he wants parades, he wants a monument built in the skies with his name plastered. I said. Son of a bitch. Tony shouts. He's heading towards Stark Tower. I continued.